finally paid up the money to get it over 100, and all we got up to was 101.
102 at one
It
point.
was 102, but yeah, last,
Those are some expensive two people.
and that was money well spent.
We're at 69 now. They'll come trickling in probably.
Yeah. Just fill my stomach and I want to take a nap.
Bread some chocolate. Would you like me?
Yes, I'll always take a piece of chocolate. So far.
Together since we were 18.
Right now, but I'll take it from there.
Okay, let's see.
Uh-oh. So I'll be taking off in a few minutes, but this will be
I
streamed.
have a question. How's that?
That's fair.
While she was sitting right there.
Email, text you, all sorts of stuff.
Now, should I leave that right here to attract ants?
Yeah.
Put the whole bag in the drawer so I make sure the compost. You gotta leave it in the window first so it gets kind of melted and then stick it in the drawer. And give me a key so I can lock it in. Yeah, yeah.
That in-house as possible. We need it all.
Daryl, good afternoon again.
I wasn't sure if I should put that because you're not cooking the board. Yes, you're not here. Okay, that's why I said it.
Take a nap. Just kicked off just now.
I want you to know I've almost brought a lot blanket. Okay. I wanted to be the back, right? Okay. Okay, sounds good, Daryl, thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe to babysit that tonight because of the instructor or the.
Just get to sit here, huh? Just get to sit here, right? Hopefully that's all you have to do.
Yeah, well, even if something went wrong, I can't fix it anyways.
Yeah, it's hard to try to fix any of that kind of stuff when everything's going.
That's like the Zoom guys, they're involved and
Next I was.
their most expensive
Burger King.
support plan is 24 hours.
Yeah.
I would say that happen, you know, I can't fire them. And if I can't plug this, plug it back in and make it work.
I heard they were going through some changes too. I don't know. I don't know. I do know the guy who ran the building the other day. Fairly well. And I don't see him as an arsonist type. He's a pretty passive guy.
Is the camera mic on?
No, the microphones have power, but the Zoom does not have sound yet.
Jerry, you all live over there?
Yep.
All right.
Then people log it on.
Here we go.
Then you have video and sound.
All right. Welcome back to the board meeting. We left off at item 5.4, the mid-year budget review for fiscal year 2021. Dr. Coons.
Thank you. I look forward to presenting this to the board. So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, it's my pleasure to present to you the mid-year budget review of the 2021 budget adopted on September 15th of 2020 in the amount of $134,738,679. We can go through some charts and a few different things, but essentially what I'm reporting is we are right where we should be when this is reported. We're about 50% expended with our 50% of our revenues received. In the presentation earlier, Chairman Brown explained that we had an over budget and under budget in our OPEB, so we'll be asking for the auditor and I to be able to complete the transactions to write that in the budget. Susie can explain a little bit more as to what happened. But most of it was because we didn't have our actuals from OPEB when we were doing our budget prep. Regarding any capital expenditures, such as the jail, we are on budget right now within the jail. Rick keeps telling me he's going to come in under budget. I'm going to believe him, I'm holding to that, but at least we're on budget, and that's a pretty impressive act, I believe, with both the Director of Transportation and Sheriff being able to negotiate and work with the contractor on such a big project with so many different moving parts, and they're able to get an incredible facility for our county and bring it in on or under budget. We also have a few things to look forward to regarding, we have the Measure G pass, so anticipating some new revenues coming into the county. We don't have really an estimate of what those are going to be yet. We're still looking at Terry, our tax collector, has been going to different trainings and learning and working with different computer programs to see what's the most efficient, but we'll report that to the board probably in our 21-22 budget projections. We'll have the revenue projections for that. So everybody has the binder, don't we? Well, if you just want to really just go through this real quick, I didn't make a PowerPoint. We'll probably spend some more time on the cannabis portion, because that's always questions. But on page 4, essentially breaks down our apportionment of taxes. And you'll see that of our property taxes, the county receives 32%. We don't have any incorporated cities, so we receive 100% of our portion, where in some areas it's divided up between counties and cities. Since we have no incorporated cities, we do get 100% of our proportion of property taxes. Moving on to page 5, it shows the revenues broken down by different categories. Maybe Susie can explain what other revenues are. The 54% is our property taxes. Other revenues are?
Other revenues are things such as short-term or long-term loan receivables, sales of fixed assets, any kind of prior period adjustments that may have been made. And I'd have to dive into the actual detail to see exactly what's making those up.
Okay, so if we have that question, we can come back to that. So in the next page, which will be page 6, it essentially shows over the years where we've been, what our budget is, and what our revenues and expenses are. And we're right on track from prior years. You can just see on the chart that 50% through the year, we're about 50% expended. And I give that complete credit to our department heads. They're doing a wonderful job collecting revenues and maintaining their expenses. So as much as we at the administrative level work with the budget, it is those at the department level that have to keep the entire budget in line, and they're doing a very good job, as they have every year. Looking on to page 8. This is how the $134 million is expended each year and the forces it goes to. But you can see roads takes up a lot of it, but again, road is a fund outside general fund. A lot of these this is combined general fund and non-general funds. That's why you have health and human services and public assistance and the roads department. We're primarily, the general fund is going to be primarily the public protection and then some of general government. So we break down to the next one, and that is our general fund expenditures, but the recommended expenditure budget. And you can see the large portion, 62%, goes to public protection. General government is the other larger percent, which we break that down in the next slide, I believe, which is our recommended discretionary, the 14, the true money that this board has influence over, because these are the funds, these are tax dollars that we can put to non-discretionary activities. And again, the large portion goes to our public protection and then general government. And you can see in the next page, we have the color coded. So we got purple is what the general government is, the green is what code enforcement is, and then so on. So at that point, I think I'm going to stop. But that's going to be an overview of where we are, and then we can break down into smaller departments if you'd like. So if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer those right now.
Any members of the board have questions?
I do. Richard, I don't remember where I saw it, but there is some number somewhere that made me think that the jail was over budget, and it's not. Do you recall what I might have?
Yeah, what you probably saw was a negative 2.3 million, Susie. Yeah, negative 2.3 million. And what that represents is it's on a reimbursement basis. We pay up to $4 million in payments, and then we bill the state, and they pay us and they reimburse us. So we at some time or another, we're always going to have more than $1 million out. At the time of this budget, we were at $2.3 million negative in that fund, but we'll be receiving that fund back. So, so yeah, thank you for asking that, because it always looks threatening. I'm coming in here saying we're going to come in our budget, but you get a 2.3 negative here. That doesn't look good. So yeah, that's just accounts receivables and payables.
Timing issue.
Pardon me?
It's a timing issue on the bills.
Yeah, because let's see. Okay.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, one general question. So the yellow here, 5090 and 5345, as it relates to the pie, what exactly does the Veterans Services Officer do? Because they're the second largest part of the pie in that small subsection.
The Veterans Service Officer works with our local veterans, helps them seek benefits. They do some housing work with them, but primarily what they try to do is get them into the veterans programs where they can get medical through the Vets Hall, through veterans programs. So they do a lot of hands-on work, kind of, it's almost a social work type position, and help our veterans. I think we have almost 1,400, almost 10% of our population are veterans. So they work with them to get them connected to services, get them connected to the VA, and provide some type of financial assistance for them if they can.
Well, yeah, I know we have a lot of veterans here. Is this considered, since I'm new here, a successful project?
I think we are now. We had a real good veteran service officer, and he had left, and we struggled a little bit. We actually had to contract with Shasta County for a little while, and now we have a new veteran service officer, and she's really taken that job on and ownership of it, and I think she's doing a wonderful job. So I think we really can look forward to better services in the near future, if not already good services now.
Richard, can I give an example?
Yes.
So, this was probably 3 years ago, out of the bureaucracy of the VA, it was deemed that if you lived within so many miles of the veterans clinic, that you had to go there and you wouldn't get a chip to go to the local one. Well, they just did a radius on a map. And so our veterans were 30 miles from Reading, so they were going to have to go to Reading even though it was a 70-mile drive. So the veterans officer and others, worked hard to say, no, wait a minute, these people are 70 miles away, not 30 miles away, so they could get a chip to go to their local doctor. So it's things like that. They really advocate is for the veterans, and in my experience has been very positive with our service, and a lot of our veterans use that service.
Very good. I see a lot of veterans at my store, and just from what I see, it seems like a disproportionate amount end up here in Trinity County. All great people, proud of them. I just want to make sure this was what it was, and if it's working, that's great, because there's quite a few of them here that need the help.
Supervisor Grader, any questions?
to the, we can jump, and I'll have Susie jump in here a little bit, but if you go all the way back to page 191, what everybody's waiting for is our county expenditures. So we're just going to go ahead and jump into that. Even though we haven't had any questions yet, I can have Susie go through how the charts broke down, because it breaks it down per expenditure group.
Okay, so starting on page 191, you'll see 3 different pie charts that break down our cannabis expenditures. The pie charts are giving you actuals for fiscal year 1920. And the reason for that is, you might ask, well, why are you giving me numbers from 1920 when we're in 2021? The reason is because 2021 numbers are not final yet. We're still in the fiscal year. As of today, we still have 3 months left in the fiscal year. As of the point in running the budget book, we still have 6 months left in the fiscal year, and that's going to present skewed information because not all billings are done, not all projects are done equally distributed throughout the year. So we're looking at the last data that we have that is final, good, validated data. So the first chart that you have is our expenditures by income code. And that breaks down the different categories that we spend as a county that we are required to classify our expenditures on. You have 35% of the $2.2 million in expenses that the cannabis program had in fiscal year 1920 were salaries and benefits. 11.2% were services and supplies. 48.4 were interfund expenses. 4.43 were refunds, and 0.86 was for fixed assets. If we go to the next page, then we break down that services and supplies and interfund, those 2 income codes, into more of broken down into categories. And that made up 1.3 million of our total expenditures. I'm not going to go through all the ones. The biggest portion of that is our interfund professional services, which is then broken down by department that we paid those services to. So essentially, interfund professional services is the income code that we use to pay another county department for providing services to the cannabis department. So if you look at the graph on page 193, you can see we paid 44.3% to the sheriff's office for code enforcement. We paid 0.12% to the building department for services provided by staff in the building department that were directly related to cannabis. 0.6% to the tax collector, 8.47% to the Department of Transportation, 8.64% to environmental health, 3.18% was provided to county council for general council work. So that's the time that council spent providing legal services to the cannabis department that were covered under our general retainer. 33.09% was for county council, and that's the time spent on litigation. So that's the time that she spent working on stuff that is outside of our general retainer. 1.34% to IT, 0.01% to general services, and 0.17% to planning. From there, I'll go ahead and
Okay, so I
you guys
guess
have any specific questions.
I just want to be clear for people listening. Code enforcement, which is 44% of 48% of the budget.
Yes.
Okay, so code enforcement received roughly $450,000 of our total $2.2 million budget, which is approximately 25%. So for people out there that think we spend 80% of our money on code enforcement, it's closer to 25%. And then the litigation being the second one, and this is only for the suits against us? That's a question, I guess.
Yeah, it's not for general counsel, not processing contracts, it's actually litigation against the county that she's defending the county against, so yeah, a little over 300,000.
So $340,000 of the $2.2 million we're spending for all to fight off and protect the program from all the lawsuits that we face in this program.
I don't think that's 100% accurate. I think
Okay.
included in there is also the time that council spends in working with code enforcement
Okay.
on those, finding those illegal cultivators.
Okay.
That is also included in that.
Okay. So then a lot of that gets reimbursed. So do we know how much of that 340 gets reimbursed?
In those fines, I actually just looked at it. So the fines themselves are general discretionary funds, because it's a fine as if any
Right.
other ordinance violation for any other reason. Within those, there are built into, not all of them, but some of them there is built in a $750 attorney's fee that is reimbursed through that process. Yeah, and so I looked at our tracking sheet last night, and we have sent letters out and invoiced fees of $87,000. We've collected $68,000 with $19,000 outstanding. And that is since administration started overseeing the receipt of those payments of fines and settlement agreement payments, which was in January of 2018.
So 68,000 gets reimbursed, but that money does go back into the general fund. Or does that go against litigation?
The 68,000 actually, I need to do a journal entry to move it over to cannabis because it
Okay.
should go into the cannabis fund.
Right.
It just hasn't been separated in our fiscal, but that's one of those things I need to look in and see if any of it has moved yet, and then do that reconciliation. But that 68,000 will go there, yes.
Okay, so I think that's another issue that needs to be clear to the public, that of that money, it does, the litigation cost does not cost the cannabis stakeholders any money. That gets reimbursed. And it's just the fines that go into general fund.
Correct. The actual fine itself is the part that goes into the discretionary funds that you guys get to just distribute.
So the environmental health part of this with jobs is...
Yeah, environmental health, there's components of our licensing program that the environmental health officer has to participate in, whether it's septic inspections, well inspections. There's always environmental health issues, so when she's out on the job under the umbrella cannabis, they bill it to the cannabis.
So, but they don't have to pay the fee, or is that built into their regular cannabis
It's
licensing
built into
fee?
the licensing fee, isn't it? We don't have a special.
I'm not an expert on the cannabis licensing fees. I would defer to Kim on that side.
Right here.
Hello, this is Kim Hunter. It doesn't. That's kind of a, not all environmental health fees are covered. If environmental health has to go out on if there's a violation related to hazardous materials or other items that's just their time. If it's related to a cannabis operation, and that's something we need to start when we look at fee updates, offsetting those costs more with the time environmental health spends out on these sites. Also, going out to check sites for setbacks from waterways as well. They do quite a bit out in the field for cannabis that I do not think is covered by any fee of environmental health.
Okay, so...
Nor cannabis licensing fees either.
So Kim, the wells and this is not just wells and septic tanks then, this is...
No. Exactly. Yeah, wells and septics, of course, are covered by environmental fees.
Okay, and then So again, and then back on the first page of the salaries and benefits of 35% of the 2 million.
Page John Keith, one.
Yeah, 191.
Good, thank you.
So that's basically $800,000, if I'm doing my math in my head right, is in salary and benefits for licensing and compliance officers versus the $400,000 for code enforcement. So it's a 2-to-1 spending for in the office versus what goes to the sheriff's department, if I'm doing my math right. All right, those are my questions for now, and some of my statement.
I have a couple questions here. One, you have anything here?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. The difference between county council litigation and county council general counsel, is that Derek and Margaret, something like that?
Litigation would include Derek also, would include other staff of Margaret's firm. The county counsel, just general counsel, we have a contract with Margaret's firm to provide general counsel right now. She's not costing us any more money right now because this is under her normal general counsel as our county counsel. But when it goes outside that scope, whether we go outside dealing contracts, writing ordinances, those type of things that are considered routine county government, that's under general counsel. As soon as we enter litigation, or as Susie was saying, some of the code enforcement that's outside that generates, that's where it kicks into the litigation portion of it. Am I correct?
You are correct.
So when we speak to Derek Cole, we pay him for every minute of his time?
Absolutely.
Very good. And this is just a general question. If we were to overlay, we'll say page 1, any of these graphs, let's take the big one overview. If we were to overlay page 191 against, I know every county is different, against any other county, would their pie chart look pretty similar to ours?
I don't have that information, but my educated guess is yes. When I did that presentation back in December, I pulled Mendocino's staffing chart, their licensing trends and all that, and we were dead on with them. We were titrating down on issuing license just as they were, so their fees are very similar to ours. Although they have many more environmental health officers than we do, so that portion of the chart might look a little different.
Do you know what their fee is per infraction, code violation?
I do not.
I don't either, I apologize. Some of them are ours, some of them are $10,000, some of them are 1,000, some of them are hundreds, I don't know.
And ours are 1,000 straight across the board.
For all cannabis violations,
Yes.
it's up to $1,000.
And other counties have a sliding scale?
Well, it's up
Up
to.
to 10,000
So we can't go above 1,000 as of now,
right now, yes.
Per day.
per day. And
Per violation.
they're 10,000 per day?
Per violation.
You're looking at
Per
it wrong. Are
violation.
we 10,000 a day?
Don't we have a first violation, second violation, or third
We
violation?
do. Our new policy has so it's 1,000 for your first violation. I believe it's 5,000 for your third violation and 25.
No, I think that's high. I think
Yes,
that's,
I think it was, I can't remember. 1,000, 1,500, and 2,500? That sounds correct.
Yeah, I think you're correct.
I feel like that's where it landed, but I'm not.
135. Yeah, we had discussions about what it was, but there is a sliding violation scale.
So I guess the question would be is if I got a $1,000 violation and I didn't pay it this year, it would stay at $1,000 per day per violation. The next 135, the 3 would come in the following year when they came back and I was still in violation.
Not necessarily, you could have you got another violation in a week or two, yeah, or 90 days, okay, yeah.
So unless you have a completely separate action. So let's say you were growing cannabis illegally, you would get a violation of up to $1,000 a day per violation for 90 days. After that 90 days period's up, you can get cited again. You have, so we only do it for 90-day periods.
Or if you move the cannabis within the first 7 days and then moved it back, Yeah, kidding, yeah.
Yeah, new violation, right?
That would be a new violation, yes.
Oh, yeah, no, thank you for clarity on that, I appreciate it.
Any other questions from the board?
I do have one question I'm just wondering, where's the EIR in this? Is that in 21 pages?
That's under the
Or is
professional
that?
services, or what's the,
Because I don't see that in the breakdown, and I was wondering, it seems to me like that EIR would have been a massive amount of money.
So that EIR is gonna be in your, it's a professional and specialized service, so it'll fall in your, if you're looking at the first chart, in that 11% that is services and supplies. If you look at the second chart, it's gonna fall in the 11.78% that is professional and specialized services.
Okay.
That's where we're gonna pay any outside contractors for services directly related to the department.
All right.
I have a question. It's for you, Susie. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. And this is for the 101 General Fund, 2205 Code Enforcement Sheriff on page 239. The 8,900 interfund revenue, current year shows $697,000. Is that from code enforcement violations? And then it's kind of confusing because right next to that, for the year-to-date actual, the zero that available is the same.
So that is actually going to be, your interfund revenue is basically the opposite of your interfund professional services. So that's where cannabis is going to pay code enforcement for providing those services.
Okay.
So we budgeted for fiscal year 2021, $697,000. As of the running of these reports, through December 31st of 2020, code enforcement had not yet billed cannabis for their services provided. So that's why they're showing a zero. Means they haven't received any of that revenue, which is also kind of goes to show why the charts I gave you for cannabis expenditures use 1920 numbers, because if we used 2021, they're going to be significantly skewed because there's been no billing for code enforcement services. So if we looked at those numbers for cannabis, we'd show zero in interfund professional services.
Okay. And where do the code violation revenues show up?
The fines that we receive,
Yeah.
those are going to show up in Department 1050 under the County Administrative Officer
Okay, cool.
on page
235,
no, they're going to be on page
236.
377.
What account was it, Susie? 1051?
It's Department 1050 on page 337. And so you'll see in that revenue section on that page, we have two different account codes there. One is 6521, that's for ordinance violations. That's the fine for being in violation of any county ordinance. Right now, we as county admin only receive and track the violations for code enforcement. Any other violations would get paid through the auditor's office in the general fund directly. But these ones we've tracked out separately so we could see what those revenues are looking like.
What was the page again? I'm sorry.
377?
You said 337?
377.
77.
The second account is 9268. That's for, it's titled lawsuit settlements, but that's not a good account title. That's where we do that's where we deposit any of the revenues that are received for settling those fine amounts. So for example, Citizen X is in violation and they're cited, they're assessed an administrative fine, they settle, we track those, we just deposit those differently so we can track what's the actual fine amounts versus the settled fine amounts.
Okay, and there's theoretically more of those pending still?
Yes, as of last night, we had 1,000,000 $94,923 outstanding.
And it's brought in about $500,000 already.
420.
Yeah, 424,000 total.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, what does that, not to even know, this is a question for Tim, what does that 1 million get settled to in the end generally? Do we get 50% of it, 80%, 20%?
That 1 million is either fines that have already been established. If a settlement is going to be entered into, I'm not a part of that process. That was direction that was given by the board to county council to work on.
So this could have been possibly 2 million fines settled down to 1, we'll say.
No, so that's the amount that was fined. If it's settled down, it would be just what comes in, because again, when we settle a fine, they don't remain outstanding. They have been paid to settle, so that we can assume that is folks that have not contacted our office regarding resolution.
Any additional questions from the board? Hearing none, is there any public comment out there in Zoom land?
Well, Emma checks for public comment. She did look up for me the fine structure that we have for code enforcement violations now related to cannabis is $1,000, $2,500, and $5,000.
Oh, who was right?
You were right, your top was 25. I was close.
Margaret added a couple extra zeros in there.
In my head, I was right.
Margaret's billing also.
Just add a couple zeros, you're fine.
I don't have any public comment on Zoom, but I believe we have one in the room.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Good afternoon. Lisa Wright, Lewiston. I think that was very informative. I appreciate that. However, I continue to express my concerns with using program dollars to enforce on non-program members. So kind of a similar analogy would be, so you need to use fees to fund the program. Code enforcement on non-program participants is not part of the program, and fees should not be expended that way. So an analogy would be your liquor license fees have to go back in to administer the liquor license program. You can't give money out of that fund to CHP for DUI roadblocks, for example. It's not legal. So I continue to have a concern that we're using fee program dollars when we don't have a functional program. Even if we did, it's not correct to be using program fees for non-program activities. At a minimum, you should be fully reimbursing from the 1 point whatever million in fines that you collect what you expended for that code enforcement, because basically you're borrowing money from the cannabis program to fund the sheriff to do non-program related code enforcement. So I will express that opposition. I think it's an error that the county has made the decision to do that. I don't think that it's actually even lawful. So I would urge you to reconsider the use of the program funds for non-program related activities. Some people will say, oh, but it helps, you know, if you prevent the black market, the white market, different markets. No, it does not. We need a functional program. We need our fees to be used for the program. So I urge you to please reconsider the use of our program fees. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, we have a Dana Scott.
Thank you. Dana Scott from Hayfork. I would like to double down on Lisa's comments there. That's exactly the point, is for the fees to pay for the program. We all know how understaffed the program is, how it can't function at the current staff that it has. How are we supposed to hire good people if we can't pay them, etc. And yeah, I think it's been said. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
I don't have any more chats, and I have no hands raised.
Okay.
Well, that's it, then,
Thank the public, that's 3 times more questions than we've had in the past 5 years, so that's good, we're making progress. Does anybody have a question about what Lisa talked about? Or do you want, Margaret, do you want to explain the legalities of?
I'm happy to explain it. I mean, it's a pretty complex answer, but when you look at a program as a whole, the fees that do come in can be utilized for other services that enhance the program, which is the argument and that was made when this was originally established, that it's to create a program, to enforce it, and to make sure people are compliant with it. You know, I use the example of a CHP, they go out there and look for folks that are out of compliance who don't have driver's license. That money is not prohibited, that they receive from those individuals. It comes back to them and they can use it as well. It's just part of government accounting that allows you to use it to do this. And it's very well accounted for and documented in our program in terms of how it's utilized.
thank you for explaining that.
And I would make the claim that you wouldn't have a program without, anytime you go from a prohibition stance to a legal stance, it's a carrot and stick issue, and without a stick to bring people in. And we brought a lot of people in that was, and I don't know the number, but a significant amount was, you know, you've been hit, so we'll reduce the fines or join the program. Now, I would totally agree with Lisa that we need a functioning program, but I feel that's a separate issue, is we desperately need a functioning program, but this is an integral part of the program.
Any additional comments?
So I have just a general question, I guess. This is not against Lisa or Dana, or con to them. I have an alcohol tobacco license, and enforcement for my alcohol and tobacco license at the store comes through sting operations. They come through 3 times a year, I think, send underage get in, try to buy cigarettes and alcohol. Does anybody know where how that's paid for? Is it paid for through my alcohol tobacco license, to the state? Is it just a question, does it come out of the, I guess in this situation, does it come out of the cannabis fund in relationship to that?
First, cannabis, no. The cannabis would not be involved in that.
Or the enforcement?
You get an ABC, right?
Yeah, be the ABC or even the alcohol, tobacco, firearms agencies, which again, I don't know where they receive their revenues. My assumption is some of them are received from the licensing the operators with a tax on the product, but regardless, county dollars, no.
Okay, no, just a general question.
No,
I want to be clear.
I believe the answer is that those are ABC employees that are paid out of ABC funding, and my guess is that's through their normal funding, and part of their revenue comes from your licenses and taxes and alcohol tax.
Fair enough.
All right, unless there's any other questions, entertain a motion on that.
I would move to accept the 5.4 and thank staff for having, well, first off, thank everybody in the department heads for having, you know, meeting their numbers, which is always wonderful and much less stressful for us. And thank Susie and Richard and Margaret for having an in-depth look at the canvas.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the department heads and fiscal managers of each department and our staff that are out in the field that are conscious of a minute spent is a dollar spent. So I just want to thank the staff for helping us keep everything on target. They're doing a wonderful job.
I'll second that motion. And then we've got a motion by Supervisor Groves and a second by myself.
Supervisor Brown, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox? Aye. Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, Next item, County Council, item 5.5. Approve an amendment to the settlement agreement in Trinity Action Association versus County of Trinity. Trinity Superior Court Case Number 19CV001. If approved, an additional $30,000 from a department to be determined based on direction from the board regarding funding source. And with that, Richard, I'll pass it off to you, and you may end up passing it off to Margaret.
I think I'll pass it to Margaret, and I'll jump back in afterwards and get the fiscal, financial portion of it.
Happy to do it. Make sure this is on. Before you, you have a draft settlement agreement that was negotiated with outside counsel, Mr. Cole, related to litigation that was engaged in back in 2019 and enforcement of the settlement agreement. This item was on the agenda last week for approval, or sorry, last meeting for approval. At the last minute, we requested to get pulled off. The reason for that was that it became apparent to council and the CAO that Trinity Action Association was not a legal entity at that time, that they were licensed there with their Secretary of State license had been suspended for failure to pay taxes, and that would be the 1920 taxes, so that would be due in July. Because of that, and when a business is suspended, it can't act as a business. It doesn't exist. So what it means is that they can't enter into a settlement agreement or a contract. They can't accrue attorney's fees because they don't exist as an entity. They can't file anything in court or proceed in court through litigation. So it does mean that Trinity County can't enter into an agreement with an entity that's suspended, which is not a legal entity at that time. My understanding is that Trinity Action Association has acknowledged that this was a tremendous oversight, an error that resulted in them losing their status and getting them suspended. But from a legal standpoint, I can't advise this board to move forward on a settlement agreement with an entity that doesn't exist. I have confirmed with the Secretary of State that they are suspended for failure to pay their taxes. I confirmed again this morning that they are still suspended. So at this time, again, I'm giving legal advice to you just globally. At this time, I can't recommend, or I have to recommend that you don't approve moving forward on this, particularly in the entire agreement, because we can't contract with them, but specifically also on the payment of attorney's fees. The argument, of course, being made that if you aren't a legal entity, you don't exist in terms of Secretary of State, you can't enter contracts, you can't also assume attorney's fees during a period of time where you, for lack of a better word, you don't exist. So it would be a recommendation from County Counsel's office that we don't move forward on this to make sure that we don't enter into an illegal agreement with an entity that is suspended through the Secretary of State for failure to pay their taxes. Happy to answer questions.
So, do any members of the board have any questions that they would like to ask? I have some questions.
Well, I have questions, overarching questions, not about anything specific at this time.
So, after hearing what you just said, would the county then theoretically wait for the entity to come back into compliance or legality, and then we would theoretically be willing to revisit, or is there acceptance of, or their omission of being behind on their business filings and legalities? How does that play into the court settlement, if at all?
I'm happy to address that. Ultimately, the decision is the board's decision in terms of how you want to proceed. At this time, again, my recommendation or my advice is that you can't enter into a settlement agreement. If they are able to restore their status with the Secretary of State, we can, again, the board has the pleasure of discussing whether they want to move forward with a resolution. The argument that I would make is that they're not entitled to the past attorney's fees, which are a component of that settlement agreement, based on the fact that some, if not all of them, were accrued during a period of time that they didn't exist. And again, you are required to, in order to get attorney's fees, have a contractual relationship with your attorney in order to accrue those fees. And you can't have that when you're suspended as a business. So my recommendation is that the board look at what they want to do in terms of bringing it back, revising it, or voting not to approve it and with another standpoint. But from a legal standpoint right now, my overarching point is that as of today, I did check with the Secretary of State again. They are not a valid entity, therefore we can't contract with them. I don't know how long it will take them to get restored. I know they said in their letter that they are looking, or they have paid their taxes, and that they, with the Franchise Tax Board, they will be restored at that time. That doesn't mean that they're restored with the Secretary of State. There's a process there too. I don't know how long it's going to take, so I can't give advice in terms of on that. But until they're restored, we can't contract with them. And even when they're restored, again, my advice would be to look at those attorney's fees because they were accrued during a period of time they were a suspended entity.
Thank you.
So, Margaret, I have a question then. If we were getting sued for attorney fees from an entity that is not an entity, would that entity have to pay us back the attorney fees that we have accrued as a county to defend this?
That is an excellent question. I don't know the answer to that. So in order to be entitled to attorney's fees, that has to be authorized by statute. I would have to research about whether somebody representing themselves as a legal entity, that when they didn't exist, whether we would be entitled to some sort of attorney's fees for the time that we put in communicating with them and defending these threats of litigation when they were suspended. I don't know the answer to that, but that's a good question. And I can look into it.
That'd be great, thank you.
Supervisor Groves, do you have any questions?
Not at this time.
Supervisor Cox?
I do have a question. My question would be, at this point, would it even be possible for us to enter into an agreement saying that we would meet with TAA and stuff like it was in the agreement, besides the attorney fee? Would that even, could we legally enter into any agreement with them as when they're suspended, even to meet? Because they're not actually a legal entity. So would we have to say, if we still want to meet with them or whatever, bring them to the table for discussion, do we have to agree to do that once they retain or regain their status? Or can we say we'll meet with you at a date certain?
So we cannot enter a formal settlement agreement with them when they are suspended, because again, they can't take an action or defend themselves in court, and they can't contract. However, if it's the board's pleasure to say, hey, we're not going to enter into this agreement with you, but we're willing to meet with you as requested, that would be acceptable, because again, that's not a formalized contract. I would caution you, however, about meeting with an organization that's suspended, because again, who are you meeting with? They don't exist. I use the word exist, but colloquially, but they don't have standing. So you may, if you choose to do that, my recommendation is say we will still agree to meet with you once you have restored your legal status. But again, that wouldn't require a formal contract, so you could proceed forward with that direction today.
Any additional questions? Supervisor Cox?
So I guess I would ask if our special counsel is also on the line at this time?
Yes, supervisors, I am here. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you, appreciate that. We have two, we have our county counsel and our special counsel both speaking into this matter, and I would like to hear if you concur.
And I just want to jump in on that. Special counsel is not different than county counsel. Special counsel is through county counsel's office. So as county counsel, I supervise all special counsel. So we are the same entity for the purpose of looking into this. I just merely supervise it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I certainly don't need to step on toes while I figure out what the structure is and how all that works. Is it appropriate to ask him?
No. It wouldn't be, I mean, you can do whatever you want, but I doubt you're gonna get him to say, to say an answer that would conflict with the attorney that supervises him, but it's your pleasure how you wanna proceed. In general, generally what we do recommend, and we can talk about this further, is that when we are dealing with a litigation matter, if you're asking for, complex legal advice, that potentially, that should be done in closed session.
So this is really confusing to me. Taking closed into open, I don't want to say things that I shouldn't, and yet I have questions. So am I just not supposed to ask those questions, or?
Again, you're welcome to ask any questions. You may hear from counsel at time that we don't want to discuss that because again, we don't want to reveal all of our legal strategies publicly. That would give us no advantage in terms of negotiations. So we may have to answer if we can't answer that. So again, that's what I was just cautioning you. But you're always welcome to ask the questions.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think that you could probably empathize with the confusion.
I understand completely.
Okay, thank you.
So Margaret, for my clarity, is you are county counsel, obviously, and Derek Cole was hired for the CEQA portion of this on the whole?
Derek Cole is our CEQA counsel that is hired through county counsel's office, correct?
Would there be any time that he would represent the board as counsel during any other situation you could think of like this litigation?
He would,
Okay.
so he would under my direction. So is there a question any time where he wouldn't be under county counsel's direction?
Mm-hmm.
And the answer is no.
Very good.
I supervise all legal services provided by the county.
So at this point, we should follow your direction? Or
You have the pleasure to follow whoever you want.
Right.
I'm giving you my recommendation as your county counsel,
the
correct?
main direction will come from you.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, unless there's any other technical questions, we open up to public comment.
Are we allowed to talk after public comment?
We'll be able to discuss the item and
Okay.
discuss motions.
Perfect.
I have John.
Is there John? Can you hear us out there, John?
Okay, I'm gonna come back to you, John. We have a Ryan Tarbo.
Ryan Tarbell, Hayford. I've got one brief question concerning TAA's status currently. I'm wondering if the original settlement agreement is still valid at this point because they aren't an entity, and if there's any action the county can take at this point to void the original settlement agreement. Thanks.
Margaret, would you be willing to answer that question?
If it's your pleasure for me to answer that question, I'm happy to.
I would like that.
The answer is I don't know. I don't know when they went out of compliance. We'll have to look into that and provide information. If the original settlement agreement was entered into a time where they were suspended, again, it would be a void contract and we would have a discussion about that. But at this time, I do not have information in terms of when they were officially suspended. It's my understanding that it was related to the 2019 taxes, which were being paid in 2020. So as a result, they may have been a valid legal entity at the time they entered into that settlement. But again, I don't know.
Thank you for answering that. Appreciate it. Emma, next public comment, please.
John, are you there?
Yeah, I'm back. Thanks. John Letton, Douglas City. As you know, I'm affiliated with TAA. I'm hoping Jim Underwood is also on the line. There's been some sad misrepresentations here. Let me just say that our communication with the county has been through Derek Cole. Derek Cole has received up-to-date information with regard to this corporate status situation on a daily basis. It was addressed in the letter that was addressed to the board dated yesterday, which you should have received through Derek Cole. And it would be extremely odd for an entity involved in litigation, whatever the status, to communicate with anyone other than counsel of record. Counsel of record is Derek Cole. I really wish you'd hear from him on this point. With regard to the substance, the suspension was effective in January. There is absolutely no reason to assume that it was effective in July, not a logical reason. The suspension was due to delinquent tax returns, not back taxes. That too is an assumption that's incorrect. Still, it's a serious issue. It's been dealt with seriously. Jim Underwood would be in a better position to give you the blow-by-blow. But basically, as of yesterday, the Franchise Tax Board had given us a clean bill of health, had communicated to the Secretary of State's office that status, and it was a matter of waiting until the Secretary of State's office changed the public-facing information from suspended to active. There have been a lot of steps along the way that led to that, and it's a very embarrassing situation to be sure. I think that's already been expressed well enough in the letters directly to the board, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that I can. I have to admit that Jim Underwood has had more communication with the state authorities than I have, but I think I could answer almost any question.
So I have one question for you, John. Sorry.
Sure.
Thank you for your comments. Next public comment, please.
You bet.
Okay, we have Dana Scott.
Dana Scott from Hayfork. I am curious how the entity is formed, and who their membership is, and how many people they represent. And I have a lot more questions, but I'm going to leave that for public comment. And I don't even know that I can answer, but basically the point is, I'm not sure if I can be heard because my internet is whack.
We can hear you.
We can hear you fine.
How many people they represent, how many people their membership represents. John Letton said earlier that he is not against cannabis, I guess, though his organization and lawsuit is attempting to kneecap the program. I don't know how those two things align. But again, I'm very curious about the membership, how many people are involved in TAA and whom. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Next public comment, please.
Charles Carell.
Yes, thank you. My name is Charles Carell. I represent the Carlson plaintiffs in the litigation against the county. Whether this settlement agreement gets approved today or this issue gets postponed until the organizational status gets resolved, I do think we have a moment in time here. A moment in time to try to get all the stakeholders involved, and that's TAA, those are my clients, the CEPA lawsuit, and sit down together and see if we can fix the Trinity County Cannabis Program. I think everybody will agree that the program right now is underfunded, understaffed, and it's really been an unmitigated disaster as far as local government is concerned. The county has approved cannabis growing. It has a potential for a large amount of resources. And if we get everybody in a room and sit down, I really think there is a lot of common ground. I've had a call with TAA. I've talked to other people in the county. I think this can be fixed with good faith and smart people in the room. But if it's not, trouble is coming. And it's trouble like this county's never seen because, you know, some of the earlier comments about how this program's been run, how it's been funded, how the tax money, the fee money hasn't been properly used and probably created this into an illegal tax instead of a fees. There is all this discovery coming and things that will come to light that just are going to cost a lot of money. And I know for my lawsuit, for example, we have several claims that entitle us to attorney's fees, and it's going to be a lot more than the $30,000 that y'all are set to talk about today. And I think all of that can be put to the side if the proper people sit down in the next 30 days and try to come up with a solution. And part of that solution, I think for all concerned, will be to include stacking back into the program. And there's a lot of environmental benefits, revenue benefits, enforcement benefits to doing so. But again, that's going to take the collective, good faith, hard work of all the stakeholders. And this Board of Supervisors should be considering instructing county council, instructing departments to sit down and become part of that stakeholder group so we can cut all this litigation off of the past and come out the other side with a workable cannabis program that actually leads to a lot of revenue for the county. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Adrian Keys.
Hey, good afternoon again. Adrian Keys from Hayfork. I just want to, it's kind of a question, I suppose, but since the FTB and Secretary of State suspension has been rolling since this last January, would any motions or actions or filings or any of that sort of nature also be disregarded as far as being an illegal contract, so to speak? That's all I wanted to put out there. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
We have a phone number ending in 3486.
Hi, my name is Rhoda Kane. I live in Coffee Creek. I have some questions that have been weighing pretty heavily on my mind. So, is our county going to continue to pander to an anti-cannabis group? A group that continually uses misinformation under the thin guise of environmentalism? Is our county going to protect economic drivers that can bring prosperity to the county? If TAA actually cares about the environment, why do they continue to disregard the findings of the EIR? After all, the EIR stated that it would benefit the environment to bring every farm in the county into compliance. Who is TAA? I wonder, are there members of this anti-cannabis group in our local government offices? What about the Planning Commission, the Board of Supervisors, the Planning Department? Should there be? Would it be ethical? How far does this go? It seems like maybe if there are members of this group in our local government and public offices, maybe they need to identify themselves to the public so that our citizens can be properly informed. I think it's time for transparency in Trinity County, and I think Trinity County should not approve any settlement with TAA. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Matt Holstein.
Good afternoon. Today I'm speaking as a member of the public, not as the foreperson for the grand jury. But it troubles me to hear a member of the public threaten the Board of Supervisors publicly like that. That is absolutely absurd. Sir, how dare you? You know, the people of California passed this law, not Trinity County. We have the power to regulate it, that's all. This absolute witch hunt has got to stop. I'm absolutely disgusted at some of the members of the public and their behavior. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Okay, Carla Avila.
Hello, this is Carla Avila from High Palm. I would like to urge the board to consider the lack of due process that is potentially bestowed in this settlement agreement and the proposed amendment, as well as in the original executed enactment. The people would not have to choose between their rights and their livelihood, and should not have to forfeit their rights when they lack control over the process. And I request that you consider whether due process is being properly afforded to these applicants under this agreement, under which they have no control. We all can see that the county has really been put between a rock and a hard place, and I'm not saying that there haven't been, that we've been perfect along the way, but this proposed amendment and the original settlement, but especially these proposed amendments, would leave the entire program and all of its licensees essentially being pushed off a cliff while we're working our way up the mountain. And if the county is going to be facing legal challenges either way, like they either sign the amendment or they get sued, Until CEQA determinations are conducted for every site, there's no choice but to continue to somehow push towards that summit, the ultimate goal of a functioning program with successful methodology in place for proceeding with PEIR review and CEQA determinations for every project. This isn't going to happen quickly, but it is our county's responsibility to carry it out, and anything else is just going to continue to put the county at risk of liability on all sides. It's really a travesty that this is the place that we are all in today, and I don't think that it respectfully shows the incredible amount of investment that has been put forward to get to a certified PEIR. We have the solutions in place to make this work, and I don't know how to make all of the forced actions go away other than for those groups to redact those things and for the county to be able to not be paralyzed any longer by these forced overreaching agreements, and to actually be able to utilize their energy towards the solutions, towards making the solutions become implemented as soon as possible. And I'm so sorry that you're put in this position, and I thank you for steering the course, getting us out of the storm and onto the shore. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Is there anyone else with public comment?
Go ahead, Tom.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm going to kind of bypass the question of FTB status, et cetera, because whether or not the entity that is TAA exists or doesn't exist or should be in this discussion, there are legitimate concerns from citizens of Trinity County about the way cannabis is licensed and how it impacts our communities. We can't deny that. That is from whence TAA draws its life force. So regardless of how this settlement unfolds, it's worthwhile to continue looking at the concerns that are expressed there. One of those that I think a hot button issue is this question of provisional licenses. The state issues provisional licenses. They have regulations that delineate how and under what circumstances and for what terms those provisional licenses will be issued and how they're appropriate. Our ordinance doesn't have that. We have a new amended post-EIR ordinance. Granted, some bastard is suing on that EIR, but we can proceed with the EIR as it is written, pending whatever changes may come out of that process. I would urge anybody curious about how we can do this, how do we get from here to there, to look in the EIR in the comment section from CDFA. They reference a very well-written, concise memorandum that is advice to cities and counties licensing or permitting commercial cannabis. And the subject is streamlining the CEQA compliance process after a programmatic EIR, which is where we are. We're not in the position where you have to either get a categorical exemption or a mitigated neg deck. There's a realm of possibility between those two extremes that we could process quickly that would have the practical effect of what used to be called provisional licenses here, whether they are conditioned on a mitigation implementation timetable or whether they are just adopting the mitigation measures already in the EIR. There is a way to break through what is our logjam that we're at now. I understand that all the litigation provides some of the logs for that logjam, but there is a pathway for it. It doesn't have to be this hot button provisional license, but there are methods to comply with CEQA, issue licenses, and do it efficiently so that we don't lose step with the program. Thank you.
Thanks for comments.
Hayes Family Farm.
Hi, thanks for hearing me today. This is very frustrating that we're all here prepared to deal with this settlement issue, and the entity TAA is a suspended entity right now. The special treatment that they're getting in this situation is doubly frustrating as a licensee. If any of my licenses lapsed, I would be out of the program, and at this point, I would have no opportunity to get back in the program. Nobody can get in the program right now. If any of my multiple licenses and filing requirements that I have to deal with I think it's like 6 different agencies that I have filing requirements with, I would be out, no return, just out of luck. And it's frustrating that there is a anonymous group of anonymous members that hold this much control over the county, that hold this much control over my business, that hold this much control over the remaining 250 businesses that have managed to struggle through everything so far. And it's really unfair to the 250 to 500 businesses that want to be in the program that can't even file anything. I would urge the county to petition the court tomorrow to drop this lawsuit completely, as this entity does not exist. And it seems their only purpose is to harass the cannabis program. I don't believe TAA does anything else in the county. There's been several other environmental issues on the agenda today. TAA doesn't comment on any other environmental issues for any other subject except for the cannabis program. I'm beyond frustrated. This has put my business at risk. The uncertainty is tough to live with. It's tough to make choices on what I'm going to do for this year and next year. I'm just beyond frustrated, and I hope the board votes today to instruct county council to go to court tomorrow and file an emergency petition to dismiss the entire suit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Can we get your name for the record, please?
Yeah, Steve Lyon, Junction City.
Okay, we have a Jeff.
Hi, I'd like to encourage the board to listen to the attorney who says, don't make any deals with an entity that doesn't exist. Also, I would really encourage you guys to seek compensation for the money wasted dealing with this entity while they didn't exist. It's absolutely absurd. If they expect you to pay their fees, then you guys got to expect them to pay your fees. If they're going to waste the county's money and time with litigation, that really doesn't seem to serve a purpose other than undermine the county cannabis program. This is the same organization, hilariously enough, that brought a tax forward to try and get it on the ballot that was punitive in nature, that was designed to put businesses out of business by overtaxation. Overtaxing a commodity at every step on the economic scale, on every step of the chain of custody of a commodity is ridiculous. And that's what they proposed to do. That was their last shot at the cannabis program, to dismantle it. And thankfully, they were incompetent enough that it didn't make it on the ballot, but a very reasonable tax did, and won overwhelmingly. Please don't settle with these people. Please seek a litigation attorney to deal with these people that's willing to talk to CDFA and take CDFA's view on the wording of SB 59 and the wording that currently exists now about provisional licenses. The state does not want to be the party issuing, doing all this work. They want the counties to do it. That's why the provisional licenses exist, and that's the core of the issue. So, I don't know, time to step up and say enough is enough to these people. You know, I wish they would be straightforward about what their true concerns were and who they were even made of. I think there's real wondering of who these members are and where they exist in the county. The chair of the board has to recuse himself on a lot of cannabis issues, and I think if there's any members of TAA out there with the county or on the board or whatever, they should be recusing themselves as well. Well, thanks. Good luck, guys, because this is a mess.
Can you state your name for the record, please? You failed to do so.
Oh, sorry. Jeff Godelsi.
Thank you.
All right, we have Catherine Sidman.
Catherine Sidman, Lewiston. I'm so thankful today because what was a very complex, nuanced issue just an hour ago is no longer complex. So not only are they not an entity, they're not even a provisional entity, which, I mean, the irony can't be lost on anyone. So because TAA isn't an entity and you can't enter into any sort of settlement agreement, I'm very thankful today that this will be a simple choice. I hope to see a unanimous vote of the board in solidarity against ridiculousness. This technical issue brought up by council is a good one. I'm really thankful for that. I'm thankful that this is going to be a really easy decision for the board to make. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Matthew Marvin. Is there a Matthew Marvin? Okay,
Hello.
thank you.
Hey, this is Matt Marvin, Del Loma. I just wanted to echo some of the previous comments and just emphasize that if the board didn't have a reason on principle to not agree to this settlement, there's a pretty solid legal standpoint now. And also too, just to say, you know, there's a lot of people here representing a whole lot of other people, a lot of time, a lot of resource input. And, you know, I'd like to hear some more from TAA members that are on here. What's the path forward? It's like, because the torpedo is just, it's no solution. And it's look at all the input and time, resources, and everybody's attention, which I think, thank you for doing that, but it's a lot of work. And, you know, that's a lot of time that could be spent staffing and coming up with a program that's going to work to get these, you know, hundreds of places into some sort of, you know, reasonable program. But thank you, and appreciate your efforts.
Thank you for your comments.
John? There's a John with a raised hand.
Yeah, that's me, and this is John Letton again. I'll try to respond to some questions.
No, thank you.
I have already, I've already spoken, right.
Any other public comments?
Yes, there is Deidre.
Hi, thanks for your time today. There's been a lot of really good comments from people here. I would like to reiterate that I fully believe that the county should seek to recover any attorney's fees that were spent on this matter, dealing with TAA while they were not an active organization in the state's eyes. And I think it's also really poignant that Jeff pointed out, I've never seen TAA speak on any environmental issue aside from cannabis, and there's plenty of them around here. And so it would be great if, you know, I mean, there's so much we don't know about this mysterious organization. But it would be great if, they truly were concerned with the environment, if they could lend their hands to some other things that need some help around here. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Is there anyone else with public comment? Walter Wood?
Hi, I just, was Walter Wood from Willow Creek area on the county line. I wanted to speak and say that the county should follow the council's recommendation. It's ridiculous that we're giving this secret group all so much access and so much power, and we're just trying to keep a bunch of family farms going here. This is really hard for us to deal with all this uncertainty on whether we can even go forward, and we've got really a lot into this. Just really need the county to try and find a way forward that allows us to continue providing a really nice living in an area where it's hard to come up with a good living. Thank you very much.
Trinity Alps Canacraft?
Hi, my name is Matt Jefferson. I live in Coffee Creek, cultivator in District 1. I've been in this program since 2016. I've been a medical grower in Trinity County since 2006, and I'm not really scared to say that anymore. But this whole thing with like TAA, people are just like wondering, is this an anti-cannabis group or whatever? I'm just going to share an experience that I had up here on why I say they're an anti-cannabis group. When I moved up here, I volunteered for the Coffee Creek Volunteer Fire Department. I volunteered with them a lot. One of the very vocal members of TAA clearly stated he was a member, Mike McHugh, pulled me aside and told me to my face that his goal was to completely eliminate cannabis in Trinity County, regulated or not. So I come to the same thing. If there's members of TAA serving on our county government, they should really have to identify themselves to the public. This is a very, very clear conflict of interest. It should be clear and in the open. The TAA group is not an environmental group. They're an anti-cannabis group. If they cared about the environment, they would support legal cannabis. It's been shown to be beneficial to the environment if it's done right. All these other people you're hearing there, they don't comment on any other environmental issue. All they care about is anti-cannabis, In my opinion, it doesn't even feel like that. It feels like TAA is just trying to gentrify the county and turn it into a retirement community. Take away any opportunity for a younger generation. It's just like, take away any job. I don't know, it's just, I feel like it's very, very clear that this is an anti-cannabis group, and the settlement should be thrown out. It should be clear and obvious to everybody, and thank you for your time.
William and Gina Tappan?
Hi, my name is Gina Tappan. I'm from Weaverville, and I just want to say that after listening to the county council's information that was delivered today, that I am completely and wholly uncomfortable with my livelihood being in the hands of people who can't even file their tax return on time. And I'm really hopeful that the county will see, that the Board of Supervisors will see, that this group should no longer have any power over those of us who do pay our taxes and pay our fees and do everything we're supposed to do on time. I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Is there anyone else with public comment?
Sorry, me again. Lisa Wright, Lewiston. Just a couple of comments. Taking a look at the settlement agreement itself, because that seems to kind of be the elephant in the room a little bit, because we may be kicking the can down the road in this FTB suspension, where they still may believe that they have standing. First off, the settlement agreement, I agree with one of the previous speakers. I think that council should go in and request dismissal of that action. The entity is no longer valid. There should not be even a former settlement agreement that has to be held to with an entity that doesn't really exist in the eyes of the law. But if we look at this amendment a little bit closer, because that may come up again if they're able to still stay in this destructive mode for the cannabis program. Some of the things that they say they want you to do is that you shall not approve or issue provisional CCLs in any form. And they rely on state law that says that is actually granted to the state licensing agencies. However, it does not expressly prohibit local jurisdictions from having some kind of an interim permit. Many jurisdictions local jurisdictions around the state do have interim programs, where basically you say that conditioned upon following these mitigation measures, because you have the potential for significant impact, you're able to proceed with your licensing as long as those efforts are being recognized and planned for and corrections made. The other thing that I think is disturbing is TAA in this settlement amendment does say they shall not challenge the UO, the urgency ordinance. Well, the time has passed to challenge the UO. County Council can advise you on this, but my understanding from our council is there's a 90-day period after an urgency ordinance to challenge, and after that you're no longer able to. So that is just a veiled threat. I believe, and I spoke out against the original settlement agreement. I'm going to speak out against any kind of amendment. I think that this original agreement should be brought to court for immediate dismissal. That at this point, it's nothing more than interference in economic activity by a group of people who, for whatever reason, dislike cannabis and the people associated with it, and are trying to really put a halt to the economic growth and future of Trinity County. We have to recognize this is our opportunity, and we should do it in a kind, thoughtful manner that also addresses all the environmental concerns, because that can be done and the farmers are willing to do that. Obviously, they stepped up with a tax that has the potential to deliver several $1 million to this county. They want to participate, they want to be good citizens. So this is just really an effort to I don't know, to undermine a program that has the potential for our future. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your comments.
Ilya? Is there anyone else with public comment?
Yes, I'd like to comment.
Okay.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Once again, John Brower from Junction City. And if we go back in time, there was a moment in Trinity County history where the county was really forced to acknowledge the cannabis industry and that this could be done in a responsible way. And at that time, the explosion of the green rush was considered a true threat to health and safety and the environment. And some really brave, forward-thinking people worked together to try to come up with some sort of workable program. I really want to thank, in particular, Supervisor Groves. He stuck his neck out and participated as a cannabis ad hoc and really blazed a new path for Trinity County to possibly move forward. And then state licensing became a reality, and you know, that made it even easier and validated what our county was trying to do at that time. And along the way, the group that has sued the county, TAA, they've taken every single opportunity to block this from happening. And at this point, we've had 100% turnover rate in our cannabis division of our planning department. And I believe that the continuation of this lawsuit and the county agreeing to the original settlement has brought, and the fact that they're considering signing on to this amended settlement agreement, it really is a threat to health, safety, and our environment. And at this point, any interruption in the licensing process is a huge threat to our environment and the health and safety of our county residents. And it's important that this board take that threat seriously and continue allowing this county and to do the right thing. And I would like to see unanimous agreement amongst the supervisors to stop settling with this organization. I don't believe they've acted in good faith, and do what's right for this county and put our environment and the health and safety of our citizens first. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Emma, anybody else?
Aaron Wampler.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go.
Hello?
We can hear you. You can start whenever you're ready.
I just wanted to reiterate what a lot of other people have commented on, whether there is a potential to have the original case thrown out, given that the TAA are not currently an entity. I don't know if there's any legal grounds to do that, but I think it would be a worthwhile option to explore. And also wondered if there are any grounds to have the TAA disclose who their members are. If they're suing us, I feel like it would be reasonable to know who it is. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Is there anyone else with public comment?
Hi, this is Lauren Thomas. I'd like to speak, please.
Okay, you can go whenever you're ready.
Okay, I just want to state for the record, I'm not a member of TAA. I don't know who members of TAA are. But I want to share what's going on in our community here in Lewiston. And my understanding is the county has been issuing licenses since 2016. Our neighbors, we have never been noticed about commercial cannabis licenses being issued in our neighborhood until 2019, 3 years later. And I believe, and I'm not certain, but I think that is what part of the TAA lawsuit was about, and that's the county not complying with CEQA guidelines in providing the necessary notices. And so, again, we didn't have an opportunity or were aware of our options for filing appeals until 2019, and we are actively filing appeals. Various parts of Lewiston have actively and successfully expanded the opt-out areas. Lewiston has been very vocal about not wanting commercial cannabis in our district, and I think TAA has played a part in, they're not representing us as residents, but ensuring that the county is compliant with CEQA guidelines. And for that, I thank the TAA group, whoever they are. And the other thing that we've also experienced is CEQA exemptions that have been determined erroneously. So again, there have been mistakes at the county level. I've been to meetings and listened to people speak, talking about the cultivators being kind, thoughtful people, being good citizens. Mr. Brower just spoke about the need for health and safety of the residents. Well, what is the county doing for the residents that don't want commercial cannabis operations in these rural residential neighborhoods? I'm not seeing a lot of action there. I'm hearing a lot of cultivators speaking out, attorneys speaking out on behalf of the cultivators, and consultants speaking out. But what is the county doing to protect its long-term residents and our health and safety issues in our neighborhoods? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Lindy and Pat McCaslin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please start whenever you're ready.
Pat McCaslin, Hyam Palm. We're at a crossroads with this cannabis licensing process. We want to keep this economic engine running. Trinity County has and will continue to reap the benefits of a tax that we placed on ourselves for the benefit of all of Trinity County. From the beginning, we have worked to protect our creeks and streams. We want to comply with CEQA and will comply. Please let us continue to operate as a business as we implement whatever changes have to be made. Because TAA doesn't exist, the county should stop settling with them. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Is there anyone else with public comment? I have no more hands raised and no more chats. I think we have no one else in the lobby.
All right. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion on this item. Yes. Is there anybody wanting to make a motion? Yes.
So my motion would be not to pay TAA this settlement as they are a non-entity at this time, nor have they been admittedly since the 1st of January by one of their CEO. So I cannot see any way that we could pay them. Maybe it would be illegal to pay them at this time. So my vote would be not to pay them at all.
Clarify, are you saying
The 30.
approve the amendment and not approve the financial side, or to?
I did not approve the financial side, and I did not approve the amendment also, because they're not a legal entity.
Is that motion clear from the rest of the board? Clarity on that?
So it's motion to
Deny.
not to deny the settlement.
Is that correct?
That is correct. Sorry, I didn't make that clear.
The motion is the motion to deny the settlement.
I'll second that for discussion.
I'm going to have a motion. Second? Oh, I apologize.
I would like to enter into discussion before we vote on this. And Margaret, thank you for allowing me to ask Derek a question. Derek, are you still on the line? If you...
I am.
Okay, great. So I think that there's more that plays into this than what meets the eye. And if you would speak into other possible ramifications that have not been yet heard by the public, if you would, please.
That's a broad question, and we've spent a number of hours in closed session. So I really don't want to. This is a unique situation, and as special counsel, I think I've said everything I could say in closed session, and so I'd like to stand on that. And I really don't want to divulge attorney-client confidences that I've shared with all of you in the probably 7 or 8 hours or maybe 10 hours that we spent in closed session.
Okay, I can respect that. Thank you.
Is there any Any additional discussion from the board?
Yeah, just open comment for us to talk about, discuss. So, you know, I have the same questions a lot of the people who called in today had. One of the questions is who is TAA? And I don't know this. And this is before this even started with us as me being on the board. So I wondered, you know, who are they and what is their end game? And, you know, as I think about it, you know, I heard today they're anti-cannabis, they're anti-cannabis, they're anti-cannabis. They're not anti-cannabis. People that are anti-cannabis go after the black market. They're not going after the black market. They're going after the legal cannabis grower and the cannabis department. They're not environmental. There is groups out there that are very environmental. There's 100 different environmental things going on right now. So they're not an environmental group either. Are they pro-county? You know, I doubt it. They're suing the county. People who are pro-county don't sue the county, you know, or parts of the county that could potentially leave this county bankrupt or the cannabis department broke. So I still sit here today and wonder, you know, who they are and what is the end game. And I honestly, as of today, I don't know that. To put out a few things there personally, for me as being supervisor of District 3 and representing the people that I work for, I would like to know if their CEO said today that they were out of compliance since January, which was 100 days ago or so. We've had probably 5 closed sessions that lasted no less than 10 hours total that we've had our counsel and paid him for. Why did they not admit that to us in the beginning of January? If they knew they were out of compliance, why did they not let us know and continue to send us letter after letter with TAA on the top of it if they knew that they were out of compliance? So with that being said, some of the people that I mentioned that they would like to collect legal fees. I would also like to collect the legal fees that we spent for Mr. Cole representing us through those closed sessions and the work in preparation for those closed sessions. I would like to kind of explore something that Tom said today, and I think maybe he has a little bit of a way to solve this without the constant litigation. I would be willing to explore that if the board was willing to take that route. That would be something that I would be open to. And I guess the last thing that I would say is, you know, this board, the planning department for cannabis, and all here are trying our hardest. It's not a perfect situation. We're doing our best. The constant threat of litigation from one group, it's not even a group, is just overbearing at this time. And then, as it happened today, that we had another person, I think his name was Charles Carell, who came in with, I guess, some intimidation towards the board. You know, he should know that does not work here. So, with that being said, I would think everybody knows my stance now, and I will stick with it.
Any additional comments?
Yeah, I'll jump in here. I think the answer for what we're facing today is a pretty easy answer. But I think the big picture here, and I wish everybody would get along, at best, we were talking about things that happened a year ago. This county has moved miles since that time. We have an EIR, we have people that want to participate, we have later, well, it'll be tonight, we'll hear a transition program moving forward. I just wish, and you know, there's people in my district that are damaged and look to TAA to help them out because they feel that they've been left out. But this tit for tat stuff has to stop. We have to move forward to where we are today. And we have the foundation now, which we've never had before. We have the foundation. It's not, there is money available, getting the right personnel, the right time. We're going to hear more about that later today. I just wish that instead of having these battles that's taken, I don't know, but this is 2.5 hours of this board's time today and our staff, that we could move forward and get this program fully functional ASAP.
Any additional comments from the board?
I do have an additional comment. Is it awkward in awkward and very difficult, because there's a lot of I wonder if this will happen, or if we take that action, what might the outcome be? Or you don't know how people are going to move forward, and so my goal is to be wise. What I wish is that all of this could be, resolved at a table of understanding, and yet I think that when we discuss all of this, it becomes a, what's the right and the wrong, and who's going to have what repercussions on their situation in the future because of any decision that's made. But I think that what we have to get back to is that there's a lawsuit against the county right now, and the status of that entity is uncertain right now. How quickly that can be cured and what will happen with it is uncertain right now. And so there's a motion on the table to simply deny this. And I'm not even sure what the outcome of that is going to be if you just deny it and the entity becomes cured and the suit is still active. And then that suit goes to court rather than being resolved here with us. So I do have some statements to make. These do not come out of closed session. These come out of my conversation with the attorney. Am I allowed to say that because it didn't happen in closed session?
No, attorney-client privilege, you should be discussing anything in the communication you had with an attorney. And I don't know if it was me or Derek, but.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't want to make a mistake.
I appreciate it, and I thank you for asking questions.
So I guess I just would have to say that I am empathetic with all sides. I want to see a prosperous, healthy cannabis program. I want to see a process that is streamlined and clean. I want to see the Bank of America building with all of its counter space and offices in there, and you just go in and you get in the right line and you check the right boxes and you move forward in a way that respects the environment and also respects your neighbors, and that your rights end where your neighbor's rights begin. And I think that my understanding in this steep learning curve is that's the beauty of CEQA, is that not only does it respect the environment, but it respects your neighbors too. And part of that respect is proper noticing when something goes on. And so from that standpoint, I can see the rub, and the rub is painful. Both sides, all of this is painful. So without being able to, in this awkward open session, disclose what my thoughts are from closed session and private discussion, I just want that clarity because my views will be a little bit different.
I do have some comments or discussion items too, I guess. My take on this is that the information, but the lack of having clear status as an entity that TAA, we end up with an easy out on this certain item. What I don't want to go, I still believe that TAA, whether they're anti-cannabis or not, they have a right to have an opinion, just like any other environmental group. I know there are a lot of environmental groups out there, and there are a lot of them that don't get involved in anything except one issue. If that's what TAA wants to do, that's their right. So I think that whether or not they are involved in anything else is a moot point. I do also believe that there is a reason we're here today. I wasn't here for the original settlement agreement, so I don't know what all went on in closed session there, but obviously there were issues. What I don't want to get into is just kick the can down the road and do this again. So I do believe that the county should do everything in its power to move forward, as the county is, with basically complying with all of the other demands in that amendment except the attorney fees, because we're already moving in that direction. I think that we should continue to move in that direction as quickly as possible, and then I would like to see us sit down with TAA, sit down with TCAA, and actually have that stakeholders group meeting or whatever you want to call it, and try to get people back into a dialogue. Whether it happens or not, we can deal with that when we get there. I don't know at this point if people are willing to have a dialogue. I know in my district, there's about 25% of people that I would say are rabidly anti-cannabis. There are 25% of people who are rabidly pro-cannabis, and there's 50% of the people who really don't care either way, just as long as it's not affecting them. And so it's hard to decide what the great outcome is. I do think that we need to move forward carefully. I can understand where Jill's coming from, where she's an uncomfortable feeling. I do believe that there's legitimate environmental concerns, whether we agree with TAA or not. They obviously had a legitimate environmental stance, or else we wouldn't have made it to the first agreement. So we don't want to lose sight of that. The reason we're here is for CEQA, and I think that to get off into whether or not they're a licensed entity or whether they're pro-cannabis, anti-cannabis, that's not the question. Because if we are non-compliant with CEQA, they will become a legal entity and we will start over from scratch. So I think that while it's pretty simple, I would agree with Liam, we shouldn't enter into this agreement because at this point it seems we can't. I think we should still keep moving forward with the other items on that amendment, and we were going that way anyway. That's the whole intention of our transition team, our transition program.
Jeremy, I just have like 30 seconds that I apologize that I forgot. I want to come to the defense of my planning commissioner, who is not a member of TAA, nor is his wife a member of TAA. And he's a thoughtful, intelligent planning commissioner that has spent years donating his time and does not deserve to be bashed in ways that have been bashed recently. Thank you.
Any additional discussion?
So it's awkward to move forward with a vote when I don't know what an option in a supplemental vote or a motion would be, subsequent motion. Because my concern is if you vote to dismiss, is that what it is? Deny, not move forward. I have this concern in the back of my mind that something that we're unaware of yet may have been cured. In which case, what could have gone away for 5 digits will become a large 6 digits. And a court telling us how to proceed instead of a collaborative, unified, let's all get on the same page effort telling us how to proceed. And I don't want that outcome. And I don't know how to avoid it. Do you have a suggestion, or can you do that?
Again, I hear what you're saying, so you're looking to do a subsequent motion, which you have the right to do right now. And you'd have to establish what you want in your subsequent motion, and if you don't say it perfectly, we can help you form it. So I would encourage you to just say what you want and allow us to put it into a motion for you.
What I want is to not get trapped into a corner if what looks like a non-entity becomes, really is an entity right now, and we think, oh, there's no threat, we're good, and maybe we're not good, and
so it sounds like you're asking for a motion to continue this item to confirm their legal status.
that would be that I will do that, and that may very well not be met with a subsequent, but at least in that case it goes down in the minutes, correct? Okay.
Can you repeat it one more time?
Motion to amend to the next board meeting in order to direct staff to determine their legal status. And by them, I mean Trinity Action Association.
Here, I'll put my words in her mouth because I'm sure she enjoys that so much. I think she's actually asking more than that, is to delay it and then maybe have continued negotiations with them when they become a valid entity again.
Well, we have a motion on the table, so unless she's looking to modify it, let's get a second.
I'm just.
Oh, you're suggesting.
Well, because you were just making your motion onto what you thought she was thinking, and I got that she was looking for a larger ask than just going 2 weeks to see if they're a legal entity or not. And maybe I'm totally wrong.
If we go down that path, wouldn't that be a natural outcome?
Correct.
It
You're
seems
directed
like
at that
this
time.
is less encumbering to just check.
We can, I mean, we can check. I did check yesterday, it is still suspended. But we can get a formal opinion from the Secretary of State as to when it began and when it ended. That would be acceptable for us to do. Are you asking that in the interim, so in the next 2 weeks that we set up a meeting with these groups to discuss it, or are you wanting to have that discussion after we've double checked?
Could you please restate?
No, my understanding of what Jill is saying is that she's concerned not only that they're not an entity and that they'll become an entity again, but by doing this, we have alienated further negotiations with or discussions with them, and that she would is looking for us to delay this and then maybe instruct our counselor to have that discussion with them.
So motion to continue to the next board meeting to confirm the legal status of Trinity Actions Association and meet with them regarding possible resolution.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
We need a second first.
I'll second for discussion.
My question would be, their CEO today, in open comment period, admitted that they've been out of compliance with the franchise tax board since at least January. I think we looked, you guys looked, our council looked as of yesterday, and they're still out of compliance. So the motion that I put forward would be not to pay them because they're not a legal entity. And I think, Dan said it best, moving forward, I think the whole board is committed to working forward in the best way possible to remedy things. Whether it's a stakeholders group, whatever the best way to remedy the situation, get the planning department back on its feet and start getting licensees in the program is, I think, what this whole board wants. And that's exactly what I want. But I just, to wait 2 more weeks to find out what we know right now that was admitted by their CEO, that we found out as presently they're not in legal standing with the FTC. So I don't know how we could pay them. And sure, the best way to get this done is I think the way that we're already committed to, through open discussion, dialogue, but without it costing this county a ton of money in the process. So that would be the gist of my motion, and I think that Dan said part of that very well.
So we have a subsequent motion and the original motion. Is there any further discussion on either of them?
Yeah, I would, which will be in the minutes, but TA had written this, and was received at 4:44 last night that we got this morning letter, and I think it's important to what we talk about. So they did tell us that in this letter that they were out of compliance. So thank you for that. But they did not say, let's put the brakes on this and let's stop. Number 1, it says, approve the proposed amendment with clear authority for the chair and the council to sign it. If the amendment as drafted is approved by the board and signed by the board chair, the board's council, it will be signed by appropriate TAA representative after an active corporate status is reflected in the Secretary of State website. Then the amendment will be submitted to the court with the stipulations in order. So what I believe we've been told is we can't do that. They are asking us to do something that we are being advised that is not legal. They could have sat there and said, you know what, we please hold this amendment. We want to come back when we're an active organization. But they didn't. They asked us to charge full ahead even with that. So I think, to me, that's pertinent. They've had the opportunity to say, wait, and they chose not to. So they're asking us for a timely. They've done this in other formats they want an answer. They were upset that we waited this long, and we've kind of done that to make sure everything was right. So, I mean, you can make your decisions along what that means, but to me, they want an answer, and the answer is very simple to me today.
Any further comments from the supervisors?
And that was on page 3 of the their letter.
Yeah, I guess just the only thing left in my mind is just there's more unknown, and that makes me nervous.
Well, you will be nervous for your next 4 years. And we will deal, and I do want to say, I mean, this is not, this board should be and is open-eared to listen to all sides and deal with the negotiations. The last thing I want to do is be in all these lawsuits, just waste my time, and we've spent years putting stuff together, and it's too bad we're here.
I'll echo some of the statements made, and I think everyone wants their neighbor to respect them and to be respected by their neighbor. people that have established businesses want to continue running their businesses. And in some of these instances, in certain communities, it makes for a very challenging predicament. And whether or not that predicament ends up coming before the planning commission, before staff, or before this board, I don't think anyone enjoys having to make that decision. Whether it results in a lawsuit or not, it is a challenging decision that people have to make. And I commend the people that have had to make challenging decisions and bear that responsibility. So that's all I have to say.
I think the other thing that just entered my mind to continue to recall, however, is that just the facts in order. If in August of 19, the county said, okay, we will not issue any more licenses without CEQA review and CEQA compliance, and if between August of 19 and at any point leading up to today, more licenses continue to be issued, then there's something there that isn't fair and equitable to everyone of the county. And I think that that is the simple point that is being considered today. If there was a way to maneuver out of that, that would be awesome.
Your facts aren't correct. That's how I would maneuver it.
Is there any additional discussion from the board? Otherwise, I will ask Emma to pull the board for subsequent one. Please pull the board.
Okay,
Sorry.
you were correct, yes. That subsequent was the motion to hear this item at the next Board of Supervisors meeting, asking staff to confirm TAA's legal status and meet with them regarding possible resolution. Is that correct? Before I pull the board.
Correct. That is
Thank you.
my understanding.
That is
Motion from Supervisor Cox and a second from Supervisor Fraser.
Now that we have the motion was made by Supervisor Cox and seconded by Supervisor Fraser. Supervisor Fraser, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Cox, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Groves, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Gogan, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Brown, how do you vote?
No.
Okay.
And we have the first motion from Supervisor Gogan, seconded by,
This was seconded by Supervisor Fraser.
oh, okay. And that was a motion to deny.
Correct. Supervisor Fraser, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Groves, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox, how do you vote?
No.
And Supervisor Brown, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. That is a 4-to-1 vote. It passes.
Thank you. Due to the time and public comment with some of these items, we are going to move item 5.6 to a later meeting because it is not as urgent as some of the other issues and items on the agenda.
Can you do me a favor? I apologize. Would you mind reading that into the record and just allowing me to ask for some brief directions so that we don't run out of timeline?
Of course. Item 5.6, receive a presentation from County Council Margaret Long regarding the redistricting process.
Thank you. I'm happy to move this to another date. We do have a little bit of time to work with. The process does need to be completed by December 15th, and there are requirements of 4 meetings. The one issue or the one area of direction we were going to obtain from the board today is whether you would like us to issue an RFP for a company to come in and assist with it. Given our planning department's lack of resources, I think it would be essential that we have some GIS services either locally or if we aren't able to obtain it locally from another agency, and then also potentially looking at somebody to facilitate the process, which is, when you hear my presentation, you're going to understand is lengthy. We won't enter into agreements without the board's permission. I just want to make sure everyone's okay with us at least starting that process of finding out what consultants are available to bring in. Ultimately, again, the board can decide who they select and the board can decide what the contract looks like. I just don't want to delay getting these resources to you. I guess I'll say, does anyone object to us moving forward in that direction?
Bringing in a consultant to help redistricting.
It's going to be your decision if we bring in a consultant, getting you information about what consultants are available. So that you can make a decision.
Madam Chair, it's Director Tippett.
Ms. Tippett, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Okay, Margaret, I've worked with RCD in the past with their GIS department. They know exactly how to do this.
Oh, they're fantastic. Yeah, my recommendation would be to ask them.
2010.
No, again, my recommendation would be to ask them first about their capabilities, and if not, look at another GIS service. But again, this is a very intense process, different than it was 10 years ago. We have 4 meetings, some of them after hours. We have requirements of storing data for 10 plus years. And so again, it's your decision about how you want to proceed, but I would like to be able to at least get you the information of what services, outside services are available. And whether that involves us doing an RFP for services, or we can direct service with somebody we already have a contract with. So again, I just want permission to get that and bring that to you along with this presentation at the next meeting.
Do you want that in the form of a motion, or do you want that as?
I would like. Does anyone protest to me doing that? Then I will bring that back. Thank you.
Okay, and then you'll still do the presentation.
I'll do the presentation, but this time I'll have information on what consultants are available.
Okay.
And cost.
Of course, most importantly, cost.
All right. So we're not going to take public comment on that, and that item will come back, and that will be a good time for public comment.
Correct.
All right. Next is Human Resources, item 5.7. Authorize the Director of Human Resources to recognize and transfer 7 years applicable longevity and experience from Trinity County Health and Human Services work crew leader for the employment and training work 1 promotion in pursuant to Trinity County Code Section 2.60.410D through E. Authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to promote employee number 02000 to an employment and training worker I at range G170 step F effective April 1st, 2021. Approximate cost and salary and benefits per month for an employment and training worker I at E step is $5,959 and at F step is $6,211. I imagine Shelley is here.
Good afternoon, Shelley Nelson, HR Director, Trinity County. So Health and Human Services Director promoted an employee to an employment and training worker 1 in their department effective April 1st. And pursuant to county code, the employee's placement for a promotion would fall into F step, which is actually a longevity step. So there are strict rules regarding longevity. So pursuant to the code, longevity steps are defining as serving in E step of the current position for 2.5 years and have been employed by the county for a minimum of 7 years. So this employee has actually been employed by the county in this department for 9 years, of which 7 years has served as the work crew leader, which is performing a variety of duties that include, and not limited to, preparing CalWorks aided audits for unsubsidized employment opportunities, relevant work experience to that of the employment training and worker 1 promotion. The department's requesting that you provide authority to myself as director, to HR director, to recognize and transfer their 7 years applicable longevity from the department, programs and experience for this employment and training worker 1 promotion, and pursuant to the code, authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to promote this employee at range G170 step F, effective April 1st. The salary range and step would commensurate with their training and experience, which does exceed the position's minimum requirements.
Any technical questions from the board? All right. Is there any public comment on this item?
I have no hands raised and no comments in the chat.
Okay.
Motion to approve as presented.
Perfect. I'll throw it back.
5.7.
I'll go ahead and second that. I know we have a motion from Supervisor Cox and a second from myself.
Supervisor Brown, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Item 5.8, pursuant to Trinity County Code Section 2.60.410A, authorize promoting employee number 01933 as an eligibility specialist, a supervisor at range M299, step C in Health and Human Services, effective April 1st, 2021. Approximate cost and salary benefits per month for an eligibility specialist supervisor at A step is $8,495 and at C step is $9,253. Back to you, Shelley.
Thank you. Health and Human Services ran an additional promotional recruitment for the position of eligibility specialist supervisor. The employee that scored the highest among the interview panel actually has 10 years experience with the county in Health and Human Services. In addition to exceeding the minimum requirements of the position, which is only 1 year of full-time experience as an eligibility specialist 3, this employee also actually possesses a bachelor's degree in psychology and a master's degree in organizational leadership. Additionally, this employee is a systems expert providing technical training and support to the eligibility staff and has been managing specialized functions and has helped to build policy and business practice standards for the unit. And with their longevity, their expertise, and their advanced degrees, the department requests authority to promote the candidate and offer above A step to C step. Their education experience proved to be an invaluable asset to both the department and to the public that they serve.
Additional or any technical questions from the board? Seeing none, any public comment on the item?
I have no hands raised and no checks. So no.
Okay. I'll move to approve 5.8 as presented.
I'll second that.
All right, Emily, you have a motion from me and a second from Supervisor Gogan.
Supervisor Gogan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes?
Supervisor Groves,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox, Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
All right, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shelley. Next is transportation, item 5.9. Approve a budget adjustment for new jail capital projects, Department 1812, increasing transfers in by $75,594 and increasing other charges by $75,594. Approve a budget adjustment for general fund contingency, Department 9901, decreasing provisions for contingency by $75,594, and approve a budget adjustment for contributions to other funds, Department 1990, increasing the transfers out by $75,594, increase to general fund appropriations in the amount of $75,594. Current cash balance in jail capital project fund 143 is negative $2,507,457. Current contingency balance is $410,289. Sold. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Missed it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Madam County Council. What I was trying to say. The contingency budget, or the indirect cost budget, is costs that are incurred by other departments on the jail project. And up until this year, they were nominal and insignificant. Matter of fact, they're usually around the $5,000 to $8,000 range. But this year, it unexpectedly jumped to $75,000. It was a value not expected. So I'm requesting that we have a contingency to cover the cost of other departments' contribution to the jail. This probably includes sheriff, CAO, all of those departments. I still am expecting a savings at the jail, but right now I just can't tell you exactly what it's going to be until the construction is done. But my general tendency right now where things are is we'll be able to, at the end of the day, cover this cost without that contingency draw. But not being for sure right now, I wanted to make the contingency request so that we can finish everything, button and finish everything else up that we're working on. With that, I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Rick. Any technical questions from the board? Seeing none. Emma, any public comment on this item?
There are no hands raised and no chats.
All right. With that, I would entertain a motion.
So moved on 5.9.
I'll second.
All right, we got a motion from Supervisor Groves and a second from Supervisor Frazier. Emma, please poll the board.
Supervisor Frazier, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Thank you, Emma. Item 5.10, discussion potential federal lands access program, also known as FLAP, grant for improvements to Coffee Creek, Stewart Fork, or Canyon Creek Road. Potential improvements to the county road system in an amount up to $19.8 million.
Okay, I'll abbreviate this discussion item. The Federal Lands Access Program call for grants is out right now. And what I have to do is I have to formulate the exact road that I want to go after, and I'd just like the board to confirm the direction that the department will be heading with this grant. In there, you probably observed the presentation of the high priority roads that we'd like to get fixed over the near future as money becomes available. There is Coffee Creek Road at about $6 million, Stewart's Fork at about $4 million, and Canyon Creek at $19.8 million. Right now, access to the Alps is a very high priority, and essentially, about the best way of saying it is, it's time to strike while the iron is hot, being that they're looking really have the eyes on the Trinity Alps for improving access. So I believe that the best project that we request funds for would be the larger one, which is Canyon Creek. And I'd like to have the board concur with that. And we'll prepare the application and get it sent in the FHWA. I can answer any questions.
Did I mishear you say that Coffee Creek was X, Stewart Fork was X, and Canyon Creek was 19.8?
Yeah, Coffee Creek, our final decision on the work that was going to be done there was just bringing in road-based material, not paving, because Forest Service really didn't want to change the character of that road, but they did want to improve some of the surfaces and some of the geotechnical issues that we have along the road. Canyon Creek involves a lot of widening.
So Rick, since you're recommending Canyon Creek and Coffee Creek Road, and I think I made this case before, has 14 trailheads and 4 abandoned trailheads. Obviously has a lot more access, so I would always make the pitch for that. But if Canyon Creek Road was spent at $20 million, at what point do we look for Coffee Creek or Stewart's Fork to get any money? Coffee Creek's almost impassable now, but maybe. Go ahead.
I intend on making that request with the next call for projects in the FLAP program on Coffee Creek Road. That'd be the next grant in logical order to pursue.
And when is that?
It's about every 3 to 4 years right now.
Don't even know if I'll live that long, Rick.
Any other technical questions?
That was kind of
I have one. Hey, Rick. And this may just be completely on a different path and just say, yep, Jill, 2 different topics. But, you know, the Forest Service is involved in this, and and not that we shouldn't do this, I'm not saying that. Once we make this access nicer and better as it should be, the goal obviously would be to attract more recreation. Are there any parallel conversations with the Forest Service when you do this as to how we're going to accommodate that extra traffic? Or is that just it's a completely different topic?
Yes, it's actually, this will be in conjunction with what's called the Federal Land Transportation Program project. And what they want to do is they want to improve access up at the trailhead to make it safer. They're really not set on necessarily increasing capacity, but they want the transition of people driving through to be safer and smoother, and they want the parking to not to, especially as it goes down the road, to not be conflicting with existing traffic that's out there.
Thank you.
Rick, I kind of have a comment, maybe there's a little question included in it, but I was told that the Trinity Alps use last year increased by 1,000% with 16,000 wilderness permits filed at the local office. At what point does the increased use trickle down into an equation for the road compensation of that nature?
Use is being very familiar with the Federal Lands Access Program. As I sat on the actual selection committee for the last call for projects. Use is one of the components of it, but a lot of it is about access from a state highway to a hard-to-reach location. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to go through and improve access to the trailheads. What's going to make this a potentially high project is the fact that we actually did legwork before the grant, which is preparation of the Trinity County Trinity Alps Transportation Study, which identified these projects. Further, we had some community outreach to ask them about the projects. And then we've looked at some of the preliminary environmental and some of the impacts that be created and have a strong estimate for what we believe the project is. So we have a very well bundled application package that we can put together. And then making this even better is we're doing it in conjunction with some projects that the bench are going to be doing on their side, which promotes the scores of this project. And then not only that, having the Trinity Alps wilderness area right now ranked as the number 7 highest priority for the national forest and the wilderness areas puts it very much on the top of the list of a lot of folks to get in there and do some projects right now.
Thank you, Rick, appreciate it. Any other questions from the board? Emma, is there any public comment on this item?
I have no hands raised and no new chats.
All right. Unless there's any objections from the board? Please, go ahead, John.
Thank you. I'll make it quick. I participated in the original scoping workshop, and I just want to commend Director Tippett for his role in that. It seemed like he brought a strong position from the county, a strong presence in dealing with the other agencies, and wasn't shy about looking out for Trinity County's interests through that process. Thank you, Rick.
Thanks for your comments.
Is there anyone else with public comments? I hear no one.
All right, I would entertain a motion.
Motion to approve that plan as presented.
All right. I'll go ahead and second that. And then I have a motion from Supervisor.
I'll have some, just a comment. I think Jeremy's point was well taken. Canyon Creek's the most used trail and part of the things we should be looking at is spreading people out through the Alps, and then Coffee Creek Road with 14 trailheads. And what comes first, the road or the trailhead? So it disappoints me that we're going to spend $20 million on this road, which is in terrible shape. I get it, but it seems to me we could have done a better project and split that money out a little more. So that's just my pitch from my district.
Hey, Rick, can you comment to any of, do these road constructions serve residences as well?
It's the residents, the serving of the residents is collateral to the project itself. I mean, it's not the selecting characteristic. Things that might be would be like if we had an adjoining wood or timber sale, which was the case down in Louisiana. That makes the projects economically more viable. But they really aren't looking at the houses that are going along that road. But one of the things that for counties like Trinity that really like about the flat program is that you get a lot of road reconstruction, and it helps you catch up on your numbers, especially in the deferred maintenance side. Because they usually will go in and reconstruct it with the intention of its life being 20 plus years. So that's kind of, we do receive a benefit in our pavement quality on that road for the local residents.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion. Is there any further discussion?
Well, yeah. Because I'm hearing Supervisor Rose, and I would be curious, I'm willing to withdraw my motion if there's further discussion that we can do a better job in a different way and continue that discussion.
Well, Rick has done a lot of groundwork. I participated in those, and I don't want to, negate that. And Canyon Creek is a road that's in bad shape, but I guess what I disagreed with was the selection of it over Coffee Creek through that whatever process. Coffee Creek Road has a couple of resorts on it, and again, 14 trailheads. So, I mean, we'll wait our turn, but I'm just disappointed in that process and a $20 million price tag for just one road that's already super highly used trailhead. So,
one of the reasons that I did end up selecting this project was the majority of the work, or the bulk of work right now, is just on the federal lands part is going to be taking place at Coffee Creek. And so one of the things that you can do is the work that they are doing, you can actually use as match towards this grant, and you get bonus points for the more you match a grant. And so the fact that those guys were out there, that they're already doing a bunch of stuff out there, we can make the projects together and make it more, be able to promote it more. And not only that, be candid, the Forest Service's priority right now is towards Canyon Creek, and the Forest Service is, they don't participate directly in the selection of projects. They have a big say in which projects they'd like to see move forward. And so I kind of read between the lines when talking to them that they were really wanting to concentrate on Canyon Creek this year. As a matter of fact, they asked that, we consider putting that up at the top, and that was kind of where I ended up falling and saying, okay, this is I want to match it up to get this grant its best chance.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your stance, Rick. Well, maybe the good news is that you'll have that road so torn up that everybody will go to the North Lake and not be able to find Canyon Creek. So maybe I'm, looking a gift horse in the mouth here and missing out.
The glass is half full.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Motion by Supervisor Cox, second by Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Brown, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
No.
Supervisor Dogan?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Before we go into the addendum items, I'm going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we'll return at 5:15 for the addendum items. Thank you.
Holy moly.
It's only really bad for you because you had to do planning commission for so many years. It's like you're in a broken record.
Alright, I'm gonna get another glass of water.
Oh, well, just thinking if we were on the planning commission, we just now get beginning to start.
Oh, I couldn't do the planning commission. It's like a whole other beast, evening time work.
We need resuscitation at some point.
Oh, for real?
I'm gonna, everything I know goes I said 6 o'clock, what are you saying? Oh, no. It's gonna be a dinner time meeting.
On this understanding, it's 19, 20, 20 million is a 1 to none. So that-
Yeah, 20 million to do Canyon Creek.
That's
It's been a long day, hello.
Yeah. So 19, 20 and over a 2-year project.
Oh, hang in there.
Which is, you know, the whole High Palm Road was 20 million.
Well, yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of money.
It was really going to take you, and I do think that this, although last year was a breakout year because of COVID for these trails, I mean, I fully expect this summer, we can kind of hit the road. It's going to be crazy.
Well, he said 7 million.
But that's just
The roads have washed out and, yeah, the new bridges weren't in place yet.
Well, and quite honestly, that would make a big difference.
That's mainly what that road needs, is because all the fines have been washed out. And so it needs a 6-inch rock base, and then for 10 years, you can just put a blade on it and keep it. And then, you know, some of the citizens, but I'm more about it.
Right in that meadow.
You run up and down that road, it's a nasty road.
Oh, yeah, no,
And you've got a lot of people that travel that, and that's one of the problems now, is that so many people travel it.
Sure.
It's not,
Start talking.
it's hard to slide stuff without doing a picnic, but
So
there.
it's great up there. I've been hunting up there. I've been cutting and talking with that. I haven't been in a while. Like, we did it.
I mean, maybe for the historical society.
Right.
I mean, they're all old people.
Yeah. There's always that fight there and stuff. Although Scott's leaving.
I mean, quite frankly, I'm thinking, you know, if I go to my office here,
Is there,
just run my portals. Yeah,
I think
faster and more comfortable.
Have it up there.
Yeah, have it up there.
I should use that and reclaim that as your.
Oh, it's not fun.
Oh, and I got nothing to do.
Yeah, perfect.
Find a way to do it.
That's the side, but that's sure, there's a lot of rock up there. It doesn't make sense to truck everything in.
Make decisions based on what you know today. That's it. You can't what we know today.
We're getting close.
Eases their conscience.
Oh, look at, I have to tell myself that. Right. I went for dinner. Me too. I was watching you.
Cold. It's gonna work.
No, I was sitting in my office watching you guys eating, so I'm good. And I cleaned my desk during the time too. Uh-oh, they fly.
Not wasting them. I don't care.
Yeah.
Not wasting them.
Get sent to Liberty when it turns to Canada.
Was that the fun?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Well,
You want a pizza? Let's burn down.
I want a pizza.
So that we got delivered. I couldn't get anything.
Yeah, what the heck?
I couldn't get a thing. We got that
We
delivered.
should have had a whole bunch of food delivered to you guys after that, right?
We've had items on tomorrow.
I thought, that was last night's, hut.
Oh my gosh.
What time that happened?
2 a.m.
I did not hear a siren, nothing.
Well, you know, a truck went into it a couple days ago, and Jim was gonna go inspect it this morning.
Jared, what do you think is happening
Still,
here?
not to inspect,
Wish
right.
I knew, wish I knew.
So
I did too.
So weird.
The,
Well, and because he thought maybe the truck.
yeah, I said that too.
Because the district manager said they worked from the forest.
Is that PowerPoint?
Yes. I've got it.
Actually, not, I said these back
No worries. Sorry, I didn't reply faster earlier.
I was waiting for one more.
Well, I don't fully expect to be litigated, so.
Jump in and check.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's good. Meeting of the minds prior to this.
Well, obviously,
Right,
that's
so
what should be.
Yeah.
Well, you know these guys, so
I do.
they're trying to, from my perspective, they're just trying to get the county to follow the law.
Yeah, they got
I agree.
I don't agree.
Yeah, but no, I mean, it's not that simple.
No, yeah, exactly. No, I agree 100%.
That's what said,
Process.
I was
You must take the money out of
Yeah,
their pockets.
it's,
Have it on the table, negotiate,
Yeah.
you know, things that.
Yeah.
Actually, I really don't. I really
Can make improvement, you know.
Well, I know when they start, I was going in the planning department all the time, and I watched them change their procedures.
I only had talked with them once, I think I had.
Those initial lawsuits, so they did it, some of the things.
It doesn't look like it, does it?
You saw
I was at Burger King once today, so.
Board up close and personal. I would just like those to think that the board would be
Call it once.
honest, forthright.
Honestly,
I think
you didn't like
together much better.
I mean, I.
You guys would be more transparent.
It's not like.
That was pretty transparent. They didn't get more transparent, and that was, I know, but that's one of the, that's one of the.
Just leave them on their own?
Yeah.
Sitting out there, I mean, I think we're trying to move forward.
How much
Some of us
maybe
you
I'll
guys
send
do
it.
so
We're
much better
doing
than
it.
last
I
time.
know Brian,
That's right, that's right.
So I guess we're trying to, you know.
Yeah.
And then
To improve the other.
Those first steps are pretty easy.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, the bad thing.
Oh, yeah, that's right from, yeah.
3, 4, 6 hours every 2 weeks to make a
get
difference.
sick.
In the old days, they had Tuesday board meetings on Wednesday.
But they got fast food.
Wednesday for the first meeting, and then the second meeting was on Tuesday. But they had essentially
Yeah,
3
that's,
days.
that's a long ways.
Every
I
morning.
remember going, there was like
One time I rode on my time card, I
5 hours on the
And
bus.
I also mentioned they like to get some of the, board stuff. They're gonna turn their Wednesday, and if additional ones come up, we work with them too.
I'm good.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Man.
Good,
No, thank you.
Looks like a bomb back
Got a
there.
beer in there?
So what are you thinking?
No, my mom's place, so, yeah, it's like 2 miles.
I initially
So,
wanted to.
yeah, you got the head of the lake,
Yeah.
and then you go past like
Initially
Carvillion,
wanted to do the urgency.
and then the next bridge,
The report before the urgency ordinance.
before you get to the pizza place.
Okay, yeah, pass it, pass it, so.
So what time did
I
we
want,
say?
no, it got flipped, I thought it was the other way on the agenda.
Okay, yeah, that's perfect.
No.
And so we have this, on the way home, we have the distillery, we have the beer joint
Well, the first one
at the
is.
brewery.
I think I'm gonna go talk to the board tomorrow. Don't meet another CEO and the board, but listen to them drive for 5 hours.
And then there's the Callahan. Callahan, downtown, beautiful Callahan. No.
On the payroll.
I'm on the payroll all the time, so I guess I'm probably drunk on payroll a lot.
You're all salary.
They're all salaries, so tonight I'll be drunk on payroll from.
Oh, yeah. Now we're down to 41. See, we wear them down. We should have the TA thing at the end. Wear them down.
Susie was like, you should have just got while we're talking, we know we'll go forever.
Yeah, no, it is your
I
friend.
know, but then it seemed like we were close and.
Good, thank you. Appreciate it.
5 minutes apiece, good.
Yeah,
Great, okay, we'll see you then.
we're on the same page with 5 minutes, we can do that. Except we have to have.
Then we have public comment.
I was gonna say, you gotta tell public
We're not public.
I'm gonna,
And the public is.
it's a, where's the
Board is
word?
there. How can you step through this?
I've never seen that many people on here. Now we're down to 40. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think even you look contentious when you said there's no doubt.
Oh, we're gonna do discovery, approved, this, that's all the money there.
We have to put a huge administrator. Huge.
Of course, the funny thing is,
It takes a lot of time and stuff.
the hilarious part was we were accused that Jake was getting all the specialties. And that we just helped Jake, and that's all we ever did.
Mic is off.
Yeah, he's the one suing us.
The microphone is off.
Kim, you want to do these in order?
He just had the guts to come talk.
Or do you want to change it?
I was thinking that.
Lisa, really interesting, entertaining
Whatever you
guy.
want.
That's half of my job here, so.
JCB?
Yeah.
Got one button.
Yeah.
Dick?
Maybe a few questions for you, possibly answered during my
Like he had a
presentation.
license and then became great.
ACB. And then with the
There was questions.
presentation, usually we don't have to take up on a presentation.
We were kind of the mindset that maybe we should, just to get really answer any questions.
I think we'll do it after the presentation, if we're gonna do it at all.
Yeah, not during.
And then we can say that we have to do more opportunities to stop.
And there's a next to that, we're done. Okay.
What's going on? And that's when Haney was trying to get his raise and getting a licensing for
And there's Susie.
That would have been the same year, the evidence got cleared out.
How are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to block. No, you're totally fine. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Had to make sure my card was there. So you can't sit in somewhere. Oh. Did you see this item? General plan? What do you think? Crazy?
Well, I didn't look at it. I mean,
Oh, you didn't look at it?
I just feel like when Susie's here, it's like the principal. She's like, I'm always in trouble.
Yeah.
She's gonna tell me no.
Yeah. Definitely. You're really good at saying no. Did everything work out with the Martin Road property and easements?
Tend to be the boss.
Good.
No. This is how it's gonna be.
well,
Never, I'm sorry.
You're the
I had a big
the campaign is something.
I'm just pointing out you can't make decisions all.
Oh,
Yeah.
now that I've
That's what we
insulted
gotta
you.
We tried.
Did they send that
She has one right now.
Yeah.
We're time
I don't know if I didn't get one or.
The Coffee Creek one?
Coffee Creek.
All, yes.
I'll send an email and
Right, well, they can just.
You got to tell them that
numbers or whatever.
Okay.
He doesn't want to do it and they want to get the plan going. And you have to
I
go
guess.
through the plan.
Maybe. I saw that, I have a notice with that, because I get noticed
If I
of
put that in my mind,
Oh.
then I'll be here on May 12th. Hey, Susie.
I need a W-2 like yesterday.
I take it together, I'll just look at it, but what they're doing is exactly what the planning commission wants to do when it first did.
I don't feel like I have to check
They wanted that 5 acres to
Yeah, know what you mean.
Yeah.
which is what's happening.
Now it's so much harder.
You got your PC? Okay. Jeremy, you got yours?
Oh, it must be very interesting, because you know these things, you know?
My account hasn't told me anyone yet.
Yeah, Alan Hill used to work with my father-in-law, and my father-in-law was
For all your time.
director in Shasta. He's like, oh, are you related to Joe? Joe just got things done. I'm like, oh, yeah, it was a different era.
Like you go to this individually for pizza.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, my father-in-law and John are about the same age, and they would have been contemporaries, actually.
Say you haven't.
I haven't.
We're gonna do all the stuff.
Like a food.
No, because I worked for the first, like,
5 years with us in the house, and when I was a different world. My morning sickness wasn't morning sickness cure, it was afternoon and nighttime sickness.
Yeah, it's like.
And I wanted nothing to do.
Did you get that, sir?
Pick your things up. Sure. And now it's so I very hard to cook because I'm not doing it.
Any cooks for you too? See, me, when I'm doing my wife a favor, I just cook for myself. Leave her alone, don't make any dishes.
You know, at that point, it would have been fine. But, and then after I was looking at what then I was like, going live.
All right. Okay, welcome back to the April 6th Board of Supervisors meeting. We're going into our addendum items, which is planning and zoning. And we're going to hear them slightly out of order. Letter A, then C, then B. So we're going to start with item A, approve an agreement with Mintier Harnish to update the county's general plan and zoning ordinance and prepare the appropriate environmental document subject to routing for form and content. $2,206,404 from the general plan fund.
Good afternoon. Kim Hunter, Building and Planning Director. Yes, the requested action today on this item is to approve an agreement with Mintier Harnish to update the county's general plan and zoning ordinance and to prepare an environmental impact report for this project. And the contract is attached, a contract or service agreement, routing for form and content still. The fiscal impact, the budget is for $2,206,404 from the general plan fund. There have been contributions from cannabis licenses. There's a amount attached to a cannabis license, for example, for a type 2 small cultivation, which is a 10,000 acre grow, is $1,000 for each license renewal. So that over time, those fees differ, but that has contributed greatly to the ability to have this amount available and to be able to update the general plan and zoning. So this is a huge step. To complete the general plan and zoning update, we'll call it the project, the Trinity County Planning Department requires professional services to assist with this comprehensive update. And of course, the preparation of the appropriate environmental document, which is an environmental impact report for certification. The environmental document will evaluate county-specific effects of land use policy and mapping updates. And especially when you're changing any zoning districts or general plan land use designations, that's what we're talking about, mapping changes. Those could greatly affect densities, traffic, various environmental factors. So the more changes you make to the maps, the land use maps, that does contribute to more of an environmental review analysis. Also, mattering of which direction you go with certain programs and changes you make, that also can add to the complexity and the analysis of the document. The selected consultant, Mintier Harnish, is requested to provide professional planning and environmental assessment services under the direction of the planning department staff. A request for proposals was advertised on August 19, 2020, with the contract awarded to the most qualified bidder as determined by a 4-member committee. There are 4 firms that showed interest and submitted RF proposals, and then 3 of those were selected for interviews. One of those firms definitely stood out based on their general plan and zoning experience, their public outreach, and understanding of rural communities. Mintier Harnish was that firm. They demonstrated a clear understanding of the project and possessed the experience with similar kinds of work. The scope of work is detailed in the proposal and met all the project goals. This project is anticipated to take 3 years. And I don't see Supervisor Groves laughing too hard over there. But
There'll be a question about that.
Okay. That is a very, very ambitious timeline considering it's both the general plan and zoning amendment. But that's the anticipated schedule at this point. The agreement as presented would terminate on June 30th, 2024. Alternatives to approving this agreement would be to deny the agreement and direct staff to draft an alternate agreement. Staff recommends approval of the agreement as presented. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
All right, any questions from the board, starting with Supervisor Frazier?
I don't.
No, Supervisor Gilligan?
No questions at this time, except you can be with us at that time, Keith, 4 years from now?
Keep fishing. That's what you do best.
No doubt. I have no questions.
Supervisor Cox?
I do. So, do we have any idea? I kind of did a little bit of hunting, and these guys, they really look good. Very impressive. The lead names particularly. I would imagine they must be kind of a large firm. Do we have an idea of who at least the initial proposed team would include? I mean, do we get the main players or?
Yes, actually it's not a very large firm. They are
Okay.
actually smaller and they subcontract out, so which is very, very common for traffic, for the transportation element, noise, environmental, they subcontract. But actually a fairly small firm. Ironically, their first general plan, when they incorporated years ago, was Modoc County, which I worked with that general plan for 9 years. It was a
And you worked
solid
with these
document.
people?
I did not. It was much before. Long before I came on board. But the document definitely stood the test of time, and they definitely have that rural county experience, which is what we were looking for. We do have the team. The project lead is Rick Rust, and then they also. Oh, I feel so bad, but I forget his name. He also, they have somebody who specializes in zoning specifically, and that the zoning implements the general plan. And so the general plan is the overall document. So to do both together and have somebody looking at the big document, the general plan, blueprint, and then also doing the zoning at the same time with someone who, coordinating that effort is really great for our community. To get both of those done is a great project. When we first went into it, we were just looking at the general plan, actually, but this is much better. Okay. So yes, we do know the players. I'm sorry I can't give you those names. Rick Rust is the project lead, and that's all. I can get back to you with those names.
Okay. So when we put together the technical advisory committee, the appendix states that that you get to pick. Mm-hmm. And I was just wondering if it would be, I don't want to. I was thinking that maybe the supervisors could speak into that a bit, only because the people that would be in this tight geographical area, but if we spoke all the way down into the South County for some participants into that, maybe that would be good.
That would be good, and that's kind of a concept we're still fleshing out. We'll be working with the consultant on. They had some recommendations on how to create the committees, and so that's still kind of a fluid process. We may look at more of a topic related, and we definitely want folks from all over the county, and definitely, would love for you to be involved with that. that's very important to make sure we're getting geographical representation.
Cool.
Yes.
Well, I just want to make a statement on that. The one thing to remember, though, that the general plan is actually under, by state law, is under the purview of the Planning Commission. And so it's important that the supervisors don't overstep onto Planning Commission duties, so.
Well, then the planning commissioners could speak into it. I'm just
Yes.
looking for the geographical diversity.
No, I understand that. But yes, the Planning Commission will be very involved with the process.
Thank you.
I have a question. The agreement, or sorry, the budget part for Exhibit B, the total cost is 1.1 without 10% contingency. And then the fiscal impact says 2.2. So is there, where does the other million, where's it anticipated to be spent?
It's under total. It's page 6 of the budget. I have a copy here that's very large.
I'm sorry.
There's many pages.
I apologize for that.
Did you find it? Page 6?
Yeah, I found it.
Okay.
Thank you.
And there were some optional items through discussions with the consultants and with my deputy director. We did not choose those optional items. We did not feel they were relevant to our community or would be that helpful. So we did not. You'll see those way at the bottom of page 6.
Any additional questions from the board?
I was pleased, Kim, to see the all of the public meetings that get to be held.
That is, that with their proposal was definitely a selling point. Yeah, very much. They'll go knock on doors. They'll have backyard barbecues. I mean, they will go above and beyond with the outreach, and that was definitely a benefit with their proposal.
Jill, did you have one question?
Oh, one more. If this is supposed to be a 36-month project, 3 years, is there any way we could say, hey, could you do it in 30? So we've got 6 months to like be late. So it's 3 years and not 3.5?
You can say it no.
Probably not. It would probably go the other way, unfortunately, if it does, because like I said, it's a very ambitious schedule. So it might go, unfortunately, the other way, but we'll do the best we can.
Is there any public comment?
Yeah. Well, I've got a couple of questions.
All right.
I know. I've used up my allotment of questions today. Kim, at one time we dreamed about putting an economic development element in this, and I might not have ever even told you that along the way. Is there any place that if we were moving along and things are going so well in 2 years, we say, hey, let's throw this element in?
No, the element's part of a plan.
Did I totally miss that?
You may not have. That might have been in the interview.
Okay.
And I question that because oftentimes environmental or economic development sections are obsolete within a few years. And I was assured that one could be written that would not be the case. And no, that's part of the proposal.
Totally missed that. And then, so when this is, 42 months in, is the 2.2 for the final document out the door, or is there a 5-year limit on it, or what's the?
That's a very good question. There is not a limit, and that's something definitely writing the agreement and the time frame. That was a question in my mind as well. So
I think it says June 30th, 2024.
Right, 3 years. But these projects can become more complex and involved and time consuming. It's a huge project.
Yeah,
It's
and you've got, if you think cannabis licensing is an issue, wait till this comes through. But so let's say at 4 years, we still say it's 2.2 and you guys overbid it or underbid it, or?
Yeah, we might be there.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the bid.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for bringing it.
Welcome.
Any additional questions? All right. Is there any public comment on this item number?
I have no raised hands and no chats. But I have one in the lobby.
Been hanging out there.
Been there all day.
Good afternoon, Lisa Wright Lewiston. Just a couple comments. Tremendous progress to move forward with the general plan amendment, way past due. Interested in the accounting behind it. So we have the 2.2 some million dollars. Is that the total in the fund? Or is there excess that's left there for any overages? I would like to see an accounting of that 2.2 million, how much came directly from cannabis funds? And then finally, when will the cannabis farmers then stop seeing the extra $1,000 fee in their licenses? So hopefully someone can address that for me. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
My understanding is we don't have the 2.2 million yet, do we?
Not all of it, no.
So
It'll be moving forward each fiscal year, there'll be a little bit, but we do.
So we were like at 1.3, is that a close number?
Where's Susie?
A little higher? So,
Yeah,
so let's say 1.3 to 1.5. Okay. And the intention when we wrote this was as soon as we reached that number, then we would bring them down. Just the background on this, that everybody has to pay a fee for whatever thing you're doing. But since cannabis was having the largest impact to the county in making our general plan totally obsolete, it was felt that we needed to have them pay the way, which they have. So I mean, they'll have 90–95% of what we've raised in this. And I would hope that once we hit that, then they would go down to some sort of normal cost. So.
All right. Any other public comment out there?
Yes, we have Rachel Wood.
Good evening, Supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much for going through this all day. I'm really excited to see the general plan and the zoning code jump into the 21st century. It's really, really necessary for the county right now. I am really excited to see the public engagement on their proposed plan, as there's been many consultants that the county has hired that has fell through, and the plans don't really reflect actuals in Trinity County. So I really am glad that this is on the agenda and that this is moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Is there anyone else with public comment?
Yes, I'd like to speak, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Director Hunter, for vetting this contract. Keith, I believe it was your idea at the very beginning for the cannabis licensee's contribution, and now it's a few years later, it's a sizable chunk of money. It's well over $1 million. So it seems like that was a good idea, and maybe really the only conceivable way our county can do this heavy lift. It's never really been attempted before here. I think it's important to have some sort of contingency for going above and beyond that timeline. It is ambitious. Humboldt County's recent general plan update took 17 years. And so I think it's important that our planning department have a dedicated staff member where this can be their baby and their primary area of focus. I guess it would be a future or soon planning department budget request. I think it's really important to get someone in that position from the beginning, and hopefully one that'd be willing to get through till. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Emma, anybody else?
Is there anyone else with public comment? I think not.
All right, hearing none, I would entertain a motion on this item.
I'll move to accept addendum A and also answer Liam's question. No, I will not be here in 17 years.
Come on now. Thanks for answering that.
Yeah.
I may not either.
I'll second that motion.
All right. I may have a motion from Supervisor Groves and a second from Supervisor Frazier. Please poll the board.
Supervisor Frazier, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Hallelujah, yes.
Supervisor Cox?
Yes.
Supervisor Gogan?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, big kudos and congrats for getting this going. Definitely have heard many sarcastic comments from Supervisor Groves in my limited two years, so hopefully those will at least, they'll change. So next we're going to go into addendum item C. Receive a presentation from Director of Building and Planning, Kim Hunter, regarding the transition plan for the cannabis program. No fiscal impact. The floor is yours.
Good evening, supervisors. It's new. I'm used to good morning or good afternoon, but good evening. It's been a long day for you and everybody. So thank you for the chance to speak to this now. Again, item C. I do want to point out that in item C, it principally says that we're here to speak to the transition plan for the cannabis program, but there's several other discussion points that are in that staff report that Kim and I will both, Director Hunter and I will both address as we move forward. But first is a short PowerPoint. I hope to keep it brief for the sake of attention spans. But I also do want to point out before I start that the attachment to the staff report has a brief write-up of the transition plan, which again is brief. The PowerPoint actually has more detail in it, but that is something for your reference as well. So, by the way, my name is David Kolbeck, Senior Environmental Compliance Specialist with the Department of Transportation. And I have been asked to help with the transition plan and its development. And with that, Ms. Purvis, do you mind? Thank you. Okay, was that already up? Okay. So essentially a transition plan, what is it? What is the point? After the EIR was completed in December of this last year, again, the recognition was that we need to allow for the transition plan to interpret essentially the EIR and the new ordinance that was coming into effect at the end of January of 2021. Transition plan itself has been in discussion for, I wouldn't say a year or so, but it becomes more in earnest, of course, as the EIR became certified, or it appeared that it was going to be certified. So again, over the last several months, again, that's becoming maybe more, say, my sole focus within the cannabis division itself. So if the transition plan is intended to allow the interpretation of the ordinance, not only for county staff, but also for licensees. I would say the goal of the transition plan would be, one, transparency, so that the cannabis community and the general community in the county can understand what the county is doing, and the county itself can be in a position to explain all of that. So transparency, efficiency in terms of the issuance of licenses, and fairness in terms of how the transition plan can be applied to individual licensees in a way that is appropriate, legal, and fair. Next slide, please. So the implementation of the mitigations in the EIR is something that's required by the county as lead agency. The mitigation monitoring and reporting plan that the board had adopted at the point of certification of the EIR is something that we have to follow. And this transition plan basically is a means to do that. It's described in the MMRP that you adopted, but this is in much more nuts and bolts sort of detail. A method for adoption is something to consider. What we would propose, or I would hope would happen, would essentially be a resolution by the Board of Supervisors and the Commission, I believe. I need to double check that. But essentially a resolution that adopts the transition plan as a codified plan that then would essentially supersede the urgency ordinance. The urgency ordinance as written allows for that to occur in the language that is in that code. So that is one method forward that I would suggest. It would be the cleanest method to actually have this plan become a functional reality in the cannabis division. Next slide, please. So the goal again of the I guess I've said that a couple times, but what the transition plan is trying to get to is for the county to be in compliance with all environmental regulations, is to determine that any single license is compliant. So a compliance determination. So any license that comes through the door, the county needs to be in a position to determine that they have met all the requirements that exist in the ordinance and are required by environmental law, by CEQA. To do that, I see three principal issues. One is the framework. It's essentially the plan itself. It's the directions. It's the guidebook of what the transition requires of any individual licensee. But more than that, it's a recognition that there's a certain workload that's required to make that happen. And by that, I principally mean staffing within the cannabis division itself. And the third is outreach. Outreach as in what I envision are workshops, tutorials, videos, something that goes beyond frequently asked questions or facts, a written description. It needs to be a multimedia attempt to get the information in the plan to those who need it so that the interpretation and the execution of that plan will be more realistic. So those three elements, I'll hit those again, but the framework, sorry Emma, if you could go back one moment, is the framework, workload management, and outreach. If you don't have any one of those, then I don't feel you will be able to progress very quickly or smoothly. So I believe that we need to have all of those three elements work. We need to put those into place concurrently at the same time and move forward from there. Thank you, Emma. So first I'm going to go through those three elements. First is the framework. The basic component of the transition plan has to be the environmental checklist. It's the Appendix C of the final EIR. And that is something that was discussed a fair bit during the certification of the EIR. And that is still in place. So it's for each licensee to go through that environmental checklist. And what that functionally does is it tells you what specialist reports you need, what documentation you need to produce in order to present to the county as part of your determination of compliance. You need to have, sometimes you may have a lot of specialist reports, sometimes not many, but that checklist should show you what you need. It should show you what mitigations you need to follow, what mitigations are selected for your particular project. And a point I want to make here is that you can't have, under CEQA law, you can't have anything what's termed as deferred mitigations. So something where if you go through your environmental checklist, a mitigation is applicable to your project, you can't put that mitigation off indefinitely into the future. So the framework needs to tell people what timelines they need to hit, what time they actually have to produce a document or implement, actually have something on the ground in terms of a mitigation. So that again should be in the framework. The framework needs to be an iterative process. It needs to be something that's self-reflective, that keeps changing, that has an adaptive management component to it. Because as we go, say for example, through Appendix C, the environmental checklist, as a tool, problems are going to arise, and we're going to have to fix problems as we recognize that something in that checklist is not really working or getting to the issue we wanted to get to. So in that way, it needs to be adaptive, and it's not just a checklist though. It's the entire timeline structure. It's the entire demands of the transition plan. That all has to be something that's worked out as this is implemented. Next slide, please. So very briefly again, you start at the bottom left in this graphic where the environmental checklist would really come first, where every license needs to go through that process. Some will be complicated, some will be simple. That will get you to the mitigations that apply to your particular site, your particular project. That will also dictate whatever reports or documentations that you need. And then when you get to assess, plan, and implement, that's where some mitigations really are asking a site to simply assess their current problems, their current conditions, I should say. Some mitigations require you to plan to deal with those particular circumstances at your particular site. Other mitigations require you to specifically implement something. So that's where individual sites will have to provide that information, provide their assessments, provide plans, and implement. That's where the timeline structure comes in, is at that point in that box right there. And finally, you get to the compliance determination where the county is satisfied that you have checked all the boxes you need to check. And that's where then we would take that compliance determination and go to the state to allow the state to proceed, knowing that the county has determined that all secret issues are resolved. I see some drooping eyes. Next slide.
Great, stick with it.
So again, the assessment, some mitigations, in the EIR, the language of the EIR, all 64 mitigations, some say survey or assess or identify or evaluate. This slide is really meant to say that I'm breaking down all of those mitigations into certain categories so that they're easier to digest, so that individual consultants or licensees can go through and basically look at the categories that apply to them. And then the county itself can understand those categories and try to streamline, which is quite a bit of documentation, try to streamline the requirements that anyone needs to meet. So with the assess, plan, implement, there is the component of verification. And that again is where the county will be reviewing and making sure that if somebody develops a plan, and that plan may take 3 or 5 years to implement, that the county is then responsible for verifying that that plan is being implemented, or components of that plan are being implemented. I maybe have some examples later to clarify that. Next slide, please. So assess, there we go, some examples. There are only 3 current mitigations, which honestly are stripped of mitigations that are redundant to the state or mitigations that look at each other. I don't need to go there, but so these 3 are what I mean by survey, assess, and some are big hitters and some are small. So, pre-approval biological reconnaissance survey, that can be a little bit of time in order to do that. That also may only apply to sites that are expanding or new sites. I don't believe it actually applies to sites that are existing sites. So environmental site assessments, again, that can be something that will take some time to put together. But can be dovetailed, again, with our existing state requirements, or can be dovetailed with what has already been produced by any individual licensee in previous documentation, in previous applications. The historic evaluations, that's one I put in there specifically also because that doesn't really apply to very many places. So I want to point out that many of these mitigations are very unique, I believe. Next slide, please.
I have a question. What is a historic, if you can go back one, sorry. What is a historic evaluation for existing operations? What does that mean to me? Like a Indian burial ground, something like that?
No, this would fit, that would be more of a cultural, I believe. So this is archaeological. It would, sorry, that's not quite right. Switch those. For a historic structure to pre-qualify or to be a potential candidate as an unlisted structure needs to be at least 45 years old. So if you have an old building that you're using in your cannabis operation that is 45 years or older, then the idea is, well, does it qualify? Does it meet some of the preliminary characteristics of a historic structure or not? So that's one way, quick check that you can go through is one, don't use a building that you think might be a problem. But if you do, then the idea is it an old pole barn that's 45 or more years old? Then you need to start looking into what is required by the state in terms of state or the CIR for protections of those types of buildings. The last step may be that you actually need to get a structural historian out to look at a site like that, to look at that particular structure. During the EIR certification, there were a number of discussions about what that means and how expensive it may be for a consultant to come up from the Bay Area. And that's true. It may be expensive to find a consultant that is qualified to do that type of evaluation. Our argument is that one, we can't get away from it. We have to write that into the EIR. And two, that if that's the case, then avoid using those structures as much as possible. Does that answer your question, Supervisor?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, and again, I'm happy to entertain questions during the presentation or at the end. There will be time to discuss for sure. Okay, yeah, so the plan component, that again is where I'm saying that, say you had a road that's a problem. It's identified in your checklist, Appendix C, that it's a problem. If you have a plan that you are going to fix it in some time frame, 2 years, 3 years, you're going to some method to fix it, and some timelines, some benchmarks to reach, that plan is what you need to prepare and submit to us. With that plan in hand, then the county would be in the legal position under environmental law to issue a certification of compliance. Is that the word? Is that the term? Determination of compliance. Next slide, please. And then implementation. This is the sort of the bulk where 22 mitigations are things such as, maintaining the cultivation parcel in terms of aesthetics, in terms of garbage, that sort of thing, and planting screens if that mitigation applies to you. So there's quite a few more mitigations that are within that implementation sort of category of mitigations. Some are for everybody, some are only for certain circumstances at certain sites. Next slide, please. I wanted to include this, and not to belabor it, but it's the point of developing the framework, the transition plan. There are a number of sites that either consultants have raised since the adoption of the EIR, or that were discussed quite a bit during the certification of the EIR. Some of those, of course, include the northern spotted owl, which was a mitigation that was slightly modified at the point of certification. Roads, groundwater, and odor. So those are contentious issues that will be trickier to develop a roadmap for everybody to be able to follow. But I wanted to point them out here as in that hasn't escaped notice that there are some details to the nitty-gritty mitigations that I understand will be a negotiation between the county and individual sites that have these concerns. It needs to be a negotiation. But again, once a plan, say a plan is required, once it's in hand, and we know what you're doing and that you're implementing a mitigation, then we're trying to create a path to move forward. Next slide, please. So, requirements for compliance determination. The benchmarks I mentioned, again, with the plan, you have to meet those benchmarks that you line out for us. Otherwise, it would be considered a deferred mitigation. Unique circumstances. If you fill out your environmental checklist, the Appendix C, and your particular site is within close proximity to a number of other sites, then you may have to address the question of cumulative impacts, sort of density-driven concerns where more than 2 environmental factors are compounding each other, or your proximity to other projects or compounding environmental factors. The framework, the transition plan needs to be able to address that. If and the individual licensee may need to come up with their own unique mitigations in order to address that. And I can bring up examples or ideas later, but the framework needs to spell all of that out. Of if you run into that problem as a licensee, what can you do about it? If, and as has been mentioned earlier, sort of unique circumstances also covers the idea that there's some environmental factor apart from, say, cumulative impacts that the EIR did not cover, then you may need to actually write your own mitigated negative declaration that then would have to go to the Planning Commission for that particular environmental factor. So I wanted to take the chance to reiterate that. Next slide, please. So the second component, staffing, workload management. How are we going to do all of this? That transition plan, the framework I mentioned, yeah, it's interpretation of all of these ordinance requirements, performance standards, and mitigations. But on our side, the staffing considerations are not lost on us or the supervisors, I'm sure. So methods that we're looking to deal with that include Cannabis Division position allocations that this board just approved not that long ago, potential consultants, the potential for memorandums of understanding or otherwise agreements with other agencies, nonprofit or quasi-governmental around town, around Trinity County, that may be able to fill in some gaps for us, or project specialists that are a certain work staff class that the county has that exists that can fill in for certain specific tasks that we need. Next slide, please. And small thanks to Carla Avila for that last photo. The workload management, again, on the left side. So say you're an existing site, you're an applicant, you go through your environmental checklist. Right now, it's about 107 pages as a template. That's a lot of verbiage in there that can be cut out, but I'm just going to say 100 pages. You need to do 2 site assessments that are maybe 30 pages each, 2 plans that are 50 pages each. These are just very rough numbers. Implementation reports, you're showing us that you did something that was required. Okay, so all of that totals on the right side. On the right side is the county caseload management. We would be receiving something like 275 pages that applicant produced, because now the ordinance requires it, plus the application materials that you would need for renewal of an existing site. And I just put, multiply that by 500 sites, and I just did 500. I know there's many other, new sites or expanded sites. There's different types of licenses. I just said 500 as just very rough math. That gets to almost 140,000 pages of documentation that the county needs to be able to process. To review, to quality control, to document that we received it, ask for edits if we require. That's just so supervisors understand what is required because of the EIR and the new ordinance, what we need to do about it. Next slide, please. So again, this is briefly, there's another way to break out the mitigations in terms of the requirements for individual licensees. The first I had mentioned about those that require assessments or plans. Another way to do it is based off of what specifically applies to an existing site versus site expansion, a new site, or a non-cultivation site, because the EIR covers all of those license types. So here is just a simple breakout of where the bulk of the mitigations lie. So 47 under new sites. That probably won't have to do all 47 mitigations, but I'm saying that's where the focus really became with the EIR is new site development rather than, say, existing site development. And this is just in the second column there is because you can remove some of the existing state requirements that would have to have been met already to paint a picture about the workload requirement. Next step, please. So those 3 components of the transition plan, the framework, caseload or case management, outreach, or a 3-legged stool, without any one of those legs, outreach is the one I think is pretty critical, and I do not want to leave that on the table with the furniture analogies everywhere, I guess. So FAQs, have we produced those in the past? They did not seem to really work all that well, to be honest. So while I think they have a role to play here in getting the transition plan out there, the framework of the plan, I don't want to rely on those exclusively. So as I mentioned at one point, tutorials, workshops, videos, and again, I want to highlight that this has to be iterative. Every time the framework changes, this outreach has to change. Whatever media you're using, you need to be able to update it, make it as digestible as possible is the point of this leg of the stool, what I'm presenting here. I have ideas for how to do all of this, but that I'm going to leave at where it sits. I don't have much more to say unless you wanted to cover that. Next slide, please. So in summary, transition plan feeds into staffing, feeds into outreach, and it just keeps going around because they need to continually be updated based off of the problems that we see. But someone is going to, an applicant will enter that process and they will come to the top with a compliance determination. Once you have that, you essentially never have to do it again. You would never have to go through Appendix C again. You may have to continue to apply mitigations throughout the life of your project, but you don't have to go through the process again unless you choose to change your project. If you change your cultivation site, you want to expand it or something else like that, then you would have to enter that cycle again. But it should be easier the second time because you've done the bulk of it, you've produced those documents, and you should be able to move forward. So next slide, please. So this discussion items, and it's been a long day, so it may not be as vibrant as I had anticipated when I originally wrote this. How does the transition plan relate to the existing urgency ordinance, both in terms of the time we're taking to develop the plan as well as when the transition plan is adopted? Commercial cannabis ordinance amendment, how does the transition plan relate to the idea of wanting to change the ordinance itself? And by that I'm referring to discussions about opt-outs or siting considerations or stacking or any other issues that may be listed in Chapter 2 of the final EIR. Then there's the idea that any amendment that you have to that cannabis ordinance would need a supplemental EIR, be part of the discussion as well. Which is not, maybe doesn't have to be as scary as it sounds. Of course, Supervisor Gogan had mentioned earlier, I think I was following some parts of the previous discussions today, the idea of enforcement of illegal operations. That always needs to be on the table, I believe, for a discussion of any cannabis topic, including the transition plan. If we're talking right now just about 530 licenses, then we need to, I feel, continue to discuss enforcement issues as well. There is, of course, ministerial versus discretionary permits and how those fit into a transition plan. I feel it should speak to those somehow. And those include building permits, grading permits, less than 3 acre conversions. Even though that's through CAL FIRE, the county has to approve those. Septic permits. Those are all components where if those should be part of your environmental checklist, or they should be part of your environmental review for your site. If it's for cannabis, it needs to be reviewed. And so I won't go into all of those, and I know that's kind of a lightning rod issue, but I wanted to at least briefly bring it up should the supervisors wish to discuss it. And next slide. So again, there are other items to discuss, or discussion points, I suppose, under this item C, agenda item C, but we're here to discuss or answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Any supervisors have some technical questions they'd like to ask?
Would the board like to go over each page of this and see if we recall any questions that we had from it, instead of just generalized questions? There's a lot in there. I don't know if we can answer it all tonight, but there was a few things that I had questions about, and maybe other people did too, so I'll just put that out to the board.
I'd rather just approach specific questions and go through them if people have them. The department recommendation is to provide direction to staff as necessary. Is there a specific type of direction that staff is?
Well, we saw a second part of the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's me.
Well, why don't you go and present? I think that would be most beneficial.
Okay.
And we'll just keep listening.
Okay, so following up on the transition plan, I'm just going to go over a few different items, more of a nuts and bolts kind of staff update for the cannabis division and program. And I'm starting out with staffing, which has been a topic quite a few times today. So currently, there are 2 staff members in the cannabis program, myself and 1 compliance specialist, Daniel Marvel, who's doing a fantastic job. The priority is to fill positions vacated in the last 8 months. We've had several folks leave for different reasons. And those positions that have been flown have been admin clerk, admin coordinator, 1 of each, code compliance specialist, 1 of those, and a cannabis program manager. So some of those recruitments have ended. We'll be setting up interviews soon on those. Also, we had the 4.5 new allocations added to the cannabis program on March 16th. Thank you very much. That included 3 environmental compliance specialists and 3 cannabis planners. Wait a minute, that does not add up. Well, we changed things around, and I'll touch base on that and explain why that does not add up. So then 2 allocations were also added to the planning department, and that is because there is a bottleneck in the planning department. You know, cannabis isn't a fine line, cannabis versus planning, they very much overlap, especially with those items that require a director's use permit and conditional use permits. Conditional use permits be type 3s or distribution. Director's use permits are living in an RV while building a home, or the variances. And then we have a few rezones and land divisions that are related to cannabis as well. So those definitely impact the planning staff, which is understaffed just as cannabis is. Then once we get the positions filled, the intent is to apply for the new allocations as funded, because those allocations were dependent on funding to put people in seats and working in the office or telecommuting, whatever they may be. So first going to fill what were positions vacated, and then start to focus on some new positions. Space is an issue in the office currently. I'll touch on the new building later on. So just wanted to mention that it does take a lot of time to hire new people. The recruiting, the hiring, and the training process for new employees takes a lot of time. Keeping trained and experienced staff on board obviously has been very difficult for the life of the cannabis program. It is very stressful. It is ever changing. That is hard on staff. It has been when I arrived here, and we do hope to stabilize that, but it has been an ongoing issue. And our cultivators, licensees, and consultants have been very patient with us through that process, and that is appreciated. So in the interim, I am looking at hiring emergency extra help, just to get some people in there. We also looked into borrowing staff members from other employees where appropriate. So we're trying to get through this tough time before we get people hired, get somebody in there to help out. But in the meantime, it's just the 2 of us, and we're doing the best we can. There's definitely an effort to reorganize the division, the cannabis division. I'd like to say the middle was missing. We had a deputy director when I arrived, and a compliance specialist, and 3 admin support staff. We were missing that middle, the more experienced folks who could handle the complex issues, the case management, the CEQA. That was the missing gap. So instead of having 3 admin coordinators, we're paring that down and looking more at planners and the environmental compliance specialist, which is David's position, and we obviously borrow him a lot in the cannabis division. You've seen him quite a bit the last 2 years. And so we're looking for some Davids in the cannabis programs. We're hoping for that. And so yeah, just reorganizing the structure and where those employees are. Also looking at more of a case management type of approach, where before different staff members did different things and no one quite knew who was doing what and who to contact regarding specific issues. This was also confusing to staff. So we're definitely looking towards more established roles and responsibilities as we move forward. Other resources we're looking at is consultants. An RFQ, or request for qualifications, is being drafted and will be hit the streets very soon. Mendocino did something similar last December, and it's basically, we need help. Tell us what you can, what you can provide for us, and sending that out to a great number of consultants and posting it to see who's interested. I know there's a few firms that have contacted me that are very much interested in contracting with the county for what services are needed. So that RFQ will go out soon. And then also, there are a few consultants out there that specialize in ordinance development specifically. There will be an ordinance amendment coming up, and we're still working out when that happens, but one's much needed in the future. And so looking at a consultant that maybe specializes it, they have a strong background in land use management and cannabis regulations. There's a few of these folks running around. It's definitely a specialty, but we know counties that have utilized these consultants, and it helps the process. Still, staff is pivotal to making all of this work, but this helps, definitely helps the situation and to move these projects along. Also, we have a program called SmartGov. It's a permitting program. It's very much underutilized right now. It does have a internet interface, and we're hoping to develop that. When it was set up a certain way. We're looking at improving that setup and working with the provider of that platform to improve it and eventually get that internet interface. So hopefully folks can pay the renewals online and upload their document online. That would be wonderful. That'd get us where we need to be and spend save a lot of time for our staff and our licensees and consultants. We talked about outreach a little bit. It's vital we improve outreach all around, but it does take people. We've also looked into and discussed maybe hiring a marketing firm for YouTube videos, how-to videos, and also videos of the workshops we conduct, whether it's a licensee workshop or more specific to consultants or a specific topic, taping those workshops and having them on YouTube so people can view if they can't make the meeting. Definitely improve printed materials and outreach, and also delving into social media to get word out to folks more efficiently and to a wider audience than just email updates, because those don't always work. And as David said, the FAQs have been pretty much what we relied on in the past. They have their place, but a lot of folks just, it's too much to read, too much reading. You lose them. Let's see, the new building update. This week, work started in the new building, clearing things out, old stuff. Emma came over and found the keys for all the filing cabinets. Thank you, Emma. She was amazing. But yeah, we started work cleaning things out. Very exciting. I want to say that the plan is for planning and cannabis only to move to the new building, and building and environmental health to stay at the old building. This way, we're not going to be moving from one very impacted, very close quarters building to another, and that is give everybody a lot of workspace and room to grow. So, and room to work. For instance, we don't have anywhere to roll out plans for building or planning right now, or environmental health. And so it'll be an improvement, I think, for all of those departments. So yeah, just planning, cannabis, moving to the new building, and our estimated moving time is fall of 2021. Okay, license extensions. To date, 104 total cultivation license extensions have been issued. That includes 31 extensions that have been issued since March 1st. These are extensions that have either been a correction, maybe something was missed, like a state license had been obtained, but we didn't have it in the file, or a septic had been finalized. So a few of those were just corrections, and then from the initial review period, or where deficiencies had been cleared. For instance, somebody, their deficiency why they didn't get an extension was because they didn't have a state license. And they obtained a state license, and they've come into compliance. So extension has been issued there. There's at least 30 licenses that have not been extended only because they haven't submitted a renewal application prior to their expiration date of their license, or they submitted a portion. They submitted the application portion document and not payment, or vice versa. So there's about 30 of those that did not receive extensions that are otherwise in good standing. And that will be something we discuss in the next item that's coming up. Those folks have, like I said, good standing, and they're at risk of not being able to cultivate this year because they did not get the renewal and or their application or payment in on time. And 2020 was a really difficult year for everybody. With COVID, office was closed several times. It was closed to the public, but also had to close several times with no staff available. And then with the fire also, that greatly impacted many folks. So we'll talk about that more in the next item, but there's an update on extensions. We are screening licenses that are coming up for renewal based on priority and date. Again, it's only Daniel and myself. Daniel's working mostly on screening the licenses. So we have stacks of, people are submitting renewals. They're doing a great job, and definitely got their attention after the urgency ordinance and the director's policy memo of December 8th regarding inactive files and renewals. So we're getting a lot of those renewals in. We have stacks of these things, and people sometimes are submitting 2 months early. And those aren't getting issued extensions. We're waiting closer to the expiration date, and we have to prioritize. So we're prioritizing on those that are expiring next week to get those extension letters out. So if you do hear from constituents, I'm waiting for my extension letter, I submitted my renewal, it might be because they just submitted it so early. We want to make sure we get that last, we check right before the expiration comes up that they do have the state license and they are in compliance. So we're prioritizing and holding off on issuing extensions too early. There's a few other items I want to touch on super briefly, and that is opt-outs. The Rush Creek opt-out is still in place. It will expire, by my estimates, August 13th, 2021, because it was extended for 10 months and 15 days at the last extension. At that time, it can be extended for additional year. So we will be bringing that back to you to consider before that time, before it's even close to expiring. But that is in place. Also, we received petitions requesting an opt-out for Henshaw Valley, and expect another submittal request for an opt-out in a couple weeks. to expand the Lewiston opt-out area. There's also been several other inquiries about creating opt-outs, and most of those, I have to say, are in District 1, different areas in District 1. Also the Mountain View area, I believe, is also collecting petitions for an opt-out. So those are just, they're coming in and be moving forward. We're presenting them just as I did the Rush Creek opt-out as they get finalized, but there's no process for that, so it is kind of building the plane as you're flying it kind of concept. But folks are definitely interested in opt-outs and wondering how to get one in their area. So just be aware of that. And then a cannabis waste disposal program. Christine Anderson and I will be been working on this. She's had something drafted for a long time that she'd like to present. We're definitely hearing from cultivators and folks that we definitely need a cannabis waste disposal program, and so that will be hopefully coming to you fairly soon as well. And with that, I will conclude my report and open up for questions.
Thank you, Director. Supervisor Frazier.
The only question I would have right now is, do you have any specific area you want direction from the board?
No, not at this time.
Okay.
Supervisor Gogan.
Yeah, a few questions, I guess, here. You have 104 license extensions already approved.
Issued, yes.
You have 30 or so that are not extended but are in good standings besides being tardy on their, will you extend those since they are in all other cases in good standings besides being late on their payment?
I cannot, because the urgency ordinance does not allow me to do that. And
Okay.
that is the next item in front of you.
This year, then, in your opinion, how many cannabis licenses will be fully approved at the beginning or for this year?
Well, it's difficult to say because it really depends on the folks that are expiring, because we know what we've issued, and we have 30 that just have renewals that are incomplete, that if an ordinance amendment is approved, that will add another 30 possibly. I mean, it doesn't guarantee it, but it definitely, we can consider an extension and review the files. There's also several that are, you know, different stages. Some have no renewal and also no state license. Well, they may have gotten their state license by now, so then they would be added to that 30. And then there's also the licenses that expire. We're in the super busy season right now. March, April, May are very busy for renewals. And so it matters who submits the renewal in a timely manner and gets that in. So it's very hard to answer that. I would hope we would at least be getting close to 250, I would hope, but there's going to be a lot of people that are not able to cultivate this year.
If they all put in their licenses, do we have the people to actually get them into the system? If all the expiring ones that are coming up there?
Yeah, we're keeping on top of that.
We're
We're getting help from other departments. You know, building is helping, everybody's chipping in and under the circumstances and doing what we need to do to get those renewals taken in.
So you're expecting around 250 out of what, 350 or so?
Correct. Yeah.
So 100 people will not be in the program this year?
Yeah, and those are deficiencies or violations that haven't been cleared, various factors would keep them from qualifying.
Supervisor Cox, any questions? All right. And last but not least, Supervisor Groves.
So, thank you for that, as always, very professional and well thought out transition plan. But of course, it's meaningless without being able to fulfill the people behind it and get this going. So, Kim, I look at this as basically we're asking you to start a new department, and the fact that you have 2 employees, including yourself, and we're going to expect you within a relatively short period of time to become the highest functioning department in the county. And
No pressure.
no pressure. But of course, the role of the supervisors here, I think, is what we need to be focused on. And at this meeting, now that we see that you have a plan, you're moving forward, and we're just not floundering out there. So the question is going to be, what can we do from our standpoint to help you move forward? And if it's money or more space or more personnel, and what we can do to push things to make things move faster. And I think that at least I'm committed to do any work that you need to get this moving as fast and without red tape and as possible. And I would anticipate the whole board to do that. So do not be afraid to ask us for help on things that we can affect. And of course, I'm sure the consultants are going to be looking like, okay, great plan, what's the timeline? I've got a stack coming in tomorrow, you can have those 6 people here tomorrow. So I don't know if it's asking too much to ask for some sort of timetable along the way, or at least keeping us informed weekly by emails, or I don't want to take any minute of your time that you be away, but at least I guess on the board meetings to say, okay, I had 7 people I needed, now I need 6, and move forward. So we can stay on top of it and help you any way we can.
Yeah, I was definitely had in mind definitely a monthly report during this time until we get a transition plan in place to touch base. And can send out emails as well, but definitely a monthly check-in at one of the meetings just to, let you know where we are and what we need. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, Supervisor, and the question. Regarding timeline, from my perspective and the work that I'm working on, is the development of the framework. And I don't want to be overly ambitious because that just becomes misleading. But I feel that the development of materials, while it's a heavy lift, is almost the easiest thing to do in terms of timelines. I'm talking about writing out, memos and materials and drafting the plan itself for internal review. That I feel can be done fairly soon. That's my hope. But in my mind, publishing that without the staff to support it or without the outreach mechanism to get it out the door is what I'm somewhat afraid of. That being said, without that plan, you can't get the rest of those pieces together. So I can say in terms of timeline, that plan can be put forward for review in some sort of format. I would appreciate that. But staffing, of course, as you had mentioned. So I'd be happy to entertain any other notions of mechanisms for hiring within the county, aside from short-term help or project specialists, any other outreach mechanisms you might have for once those allocations or those job descriptions are produced of how to get the word out. That would always be a concern. Several state agencies have actually offered to help us do that, to have sort of a news release for Trinity County positions all over the state, or at least the region. But I can say, at least to partially answer your question, as you had framed it, the material of the transition plan itself. I feel that that is somewhat the lower hanging fruit at the moment. I would also stress just in this public forum that understanding that as this transition plan is being developed, would very much encourage, as I feel I've done for any chance I can, is to have consultants and cannabis licensees aware of the mitigations, aware of Appendix C, and to begin the work of developing that for their own sites. I know I say that even though we don't have the transition plan in place now, but the more thought that is put into any individual site in its current condition, and knowing the difference between an existing site and an expanding site, the more thought that is put into that, the scheduling that may be required for any consults, I'm going to say, project specialists, consultants, it would benefit them. As soon as the plan is ready, they can hit the ground that much faster. Hit the ground running that much faster.
I think there's going to be an interesting thing that you'll have to look at is how you release that low-hanging fruit. Do you wait till the whole process is through, or are consultants going to want to work on, you give them a third of what you're going to write up so they can start working on something, say if it's biologicals or something that you've done that section. So that's something for you guys to talk out. I'm supporting
And again, that's a fair point. And I don't want to repeat myself, but I would again stress that for any particular site that feels a botanical study may be necessary, this is the botanical season. A nesting survey, if songbirds are nesting, this can be the time through July, something like that. So keep in mind those targeted species that are unique to your site that you really need to plan for. So again, that I'll reiterate that specific piece. And wetlands as well. Jurisdictional determinations, wetland obligate species, that sort of botanical, biological work that is timely. I would also say that part of my trepidation is that, yeah, we can put something out to the public, but then we run into the bind of it not being interpreted correctly, and it almost increases our workload if people don't know how to, say, read it. The Appendix C is a CEQA document. It's mirrored off a CEQA document, but it's not technically so. It's just a tool. It's just a tool. So what we want, I would like to see is in good faith somebody would work through that and try to present something, a good argument, a good discussion, something that we can actually interpret easily and fairly. That's what I would hope. I had another thought in there, but I lost it. All right, thank you.
Any additional questions from the board?
I would just say that I appreciate, David, you moving over from DOT to help in planning and the workload that you're doing. I appreciate Director Tippett, whatever he's had to do to compensate to release that and be able to assist Kim so that you've got a semblance of a team working toward the goal. It's overwhelming to me. Listening to your presentation, I guess in my head I had some easy idea, a quick train from here to there, and it's not that by any stretch, and implementing it seems even bigger. So maybe it's because it's been a long day. I'm feeling overwhelmed. I don't know if you feel that every day, but I want you to know that you're appreciated.
Thank you for that comment, Supervisor. I'll leave the discussion of my time allocation to the directors and to debate amongst themselves and let me know what they come up with.
Your arms off in both ways.
Any additional questions from the board?
No, just thank you very, very much, both of you. It's they always say it's hard to be a supervisor. I wouldn't want to be you. So thanks again, and it is overwhelming, and we understand that. So whatever we can do to work with you as a board, obviously we are prepared to do that.
Before we go on to the next item, I'm sure there is some public comment on this, but I would ask if public comment people are willing to hold back for the purpose of getting through into the next item, and then maybe direct your questions at that time, that would be beneficial. But we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment before we proceed. Emma,
Yep, we have a couple raised hands. We have P. Lai.
Hi, Supervisors. I'll just keep this very brief. Patricia Lai, I'm an engineer based out of Arcata, cannabis consultant. Just to this particular item, comment on the next item later. I wanted to point your again, thank you, Trinity County, for being awesome. And I guess time-wise in your position right now, you have the opportunity to kind of pick and choose from other programs around the state to see what works, what you like, and kind of cull from that to create a very robust program. A lot of the solutions, there was that statistic on the number of pages that need to be processed for any particular environmental review. And so as we've seen this Cal Cannabis come online, we can see a lot of robust digital solutions to help automate some of these programmatic things. So finding that nexus between human review as well as using computer solutions to ease the redundancy in some of these things. So I wanted to point out to the supervisors as well as to the department of the Office of Digital Innovation that was started by Gavin Newsom a couple years ago, and that is the particular, that is the nexus of this agency, is to kind of bring these digital solutions to government to optimize funding and to kind of create ease within these workflows. And there is money available, I am absolutely sure of it. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And the other component is my experience from Humboldt County in particular is that the consultants are needed and it's very helpful. However, because cannabis is so new, it also is convoluted. So making sure that people who are coming in to assist you also have a robust understanding of the nuances, because even though in my case an engineer may be very have a lot of qualifications, an engineer that has zero or very limited experience in cannabis doesn't necessarily know how to navigate all of this convoluting nuance in the 6 agencies we have to deal with in this aspect. So again, thank you so much, supervisors and Trinity County staff in general. It's just been such a breath of fresh air working with your county.
Thanks for your comment.
Okay, next we have Rachel Wood.
Hi, this is Rachel Wood from Hayfork. So for the transition plan specifically for David, I just have a million questions about framework. There were comments made about 2 to 5 year implementation plans. I'm wondering about existing cultivations versus new cultivations versus expanding cultivations. For maintaining aesthetics, this is very subjective. How are you going to qualify this? For mitigated neg decks, basically how the county is deciding to tier documents in what order heavily changes the later documents in terms of cumulative impact. Who are you picking first to process? Looking at that framework and really getting into the granular level changes the program significantly, and that's really what the community needs to see at this point. I also have questions on, how are site assessments and existing and expanding sites, how are they being looked at? Many of these already have biological and archaeological assessments. Specifically for Kim Hunter and the staff update, the staff turnover, replacement, and training, I'm really relieved to hear that consultants are being brought on. The SmartGov is actually going to be utilized. That's that automation, getting those efficiencies built in there with the cannabis planning, building environmental health. For the staff turnover, this isn't an anomaly, this isn't new. I encourage the board to understand why the staff is turning over at a constant and repeated pace. For the planning cannabis move, I had this understanding that building environmental health were moving with you. If they're not, what is the communication plan? Those departments are integral to each other, so how are efficiencies being made and how are cues and information being passed along is a very key component to not just cannabis, but building environmental health in many, many programs. For opt-outs and including opt-outs, I really encourage that as community members decide that they don't want cannabis. I don't encourage that they be built on LAFCO districts or any other non-cannabis districts. They can be, opt-outs can be zoned and can be overlaid however they want, but they shouldn't be built on something else existing that's not related to cannabis. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, next we have Honor Wright.
Hello, good evening, board. Hope you can hear me okay. I appreciate Director Hunter's presentation. Thank you so much for bringing some ideas to the table. One thing that I would ask really from the board right now is to hold the department accountable. I would ask for more than monthly check-ins. I would ask for probably bi-weekly at this point. You know, we're at the beginning of season. We were just told half of renewals will not be cultivating this year under really no authority under the urgency ordinance in my opinion and others. However, timelines are necessary in order for us to hold each other accountable. I think cultivators and those that have been applying and holding the licenses have been held to an accountability standard that has not been reciprocated. It is very important as the board to do that accountability check. So I do ask that you do that. From planning, I do ask for some clear instructions to be posted on the website as soon as possible. David, your short explanation, there was more information than I think anyone's gotten since the finalization of the EIR. And for people who are going to be tackling this maybe without consultants, I think it's very important that they have the same access to the exact instructions that you're going to want. And if they're supposed to be looking for things right now, what are they supposed to be looking for? Those types of things, as well as clear communication and being clear with the public more often, you know, updating the website so that we have better ideas of where exactly we're at. And also for the ability to then move forward with some examples of the Appendix C, some tiered off mitigation documents that we want to be able to submit in a timely manner. And so getting some reports on who will be able to start reviewing those would be also very important so that we can all hold each other to the timelines and of course, you know, reciprocate that accountability on all ends. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, is there anyone else with public comment? Scott Watkins.
Thank you. What a long day. I've been trying to hang in there for most of the day. A lot of the conversations that were brought up throughout today's meeting kind of all tie back to each other, it seems, to me anyway. And it's been an interesting arc over the last year or two. I really appreciate Kim and especially David Colbeck. Special thanks to you. There's a lot of hard work that went into this presentation, and I think that things are kind of heading in the right direction. I did do a side-by-side comparison of Appendix C and a mitigated negative declaration and turn that in to Kim Hunter, David. You might want to take a look at that. I had a series of questions of how some of these mitigation measures are going to be implemented and how they relate to kind of a standalone mitigated negative declaration. Perhaps there's something in there you find useful. I also provided, I believe it was about 56 questions separately broken out and by in chronological order going through the EIR. So perhaps there's something in there that could help ease the transition. But more than anything, I think that there's plenty of time to talk about some of these subjects. I just want to thank you for the hard work. I think this is good. I think things are headed in the right direction. I've been waiting for this presentation to happen for quite a while. So now's the hard part, and that's actually implementing. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Is there anyone else with public comment?
All right. Seeing none, we can. because there didn't need to be motion, it's just a presentation. We'll go on to the next item, B, addendum B. Oh, sorry, I'm going to read it. I'm trying to find it here. All right, introduce and waive the reading of an urgency ordinance, amending urgency ordinance 1355, making various language modifications, unknown fiscal impact. Director Hunter.
Okay, well, this is pretty straightforward. We've already touched on it. This is a proposed amendment, very specific amendment to the urgency ordinance. There's actually two language changes. One is just in a whereas, and that is, would read, whereas nothing in this urgency ordinance is intended to address or shall address the issuance of any annual licenses for any type 3 medium cultivation licenses. And then the added language would read, or other license type that has a site-specific CEQA environmental determination adopted by the Planning Commission. At this time, I believe there is only one project that has that CEQA determination. It was a conditional use permit that was approved by the Planning Commission August 13th with a mitigated negative declaration. However, we'd like to see that language added because technically it is the issuance of a new license. It includes cultivation and several other cannabis-related uses for that conditional use permit, but it does include a type 2 small cultivation site, which would technically be a new license. However, this has a full CEQA. So there may be more. There's only one that I'm aware of, but at this time the applicants who obtain the CUP are asking for their license. So this would at least provide some guidance on whether or not we could issue that. And then section 2, that would be the section which was extension of previously issued cannabis cultivation licenses. And the suggested language to be added would allow for renewals to be submitted between April 12th, 2021 to May 11th, 2021, just a 30-day period for those folks who did not get their renewals in. Things happened really quick in December. Again, it was a very difficult year. The office was open and then closed, and sometimes nobody was there to answer questions. There is a drop box that could be used, or applications could be mailed, but that doesn't work for everybody, and there wasn't a lot of outreach during that time either. So allowing for a month, 30-day period for folks to submit renewals. Not all of those people may qualify for an extension, but again, there's those 30 that's all that's standing between them and their extension and be able to cultivate and maintain their business this year legally. So that would be the suggested language, just modifying the urgency ordinance, 2 small changes. That's my staff report. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
I just have one question of council. Changing language in this, is that appropriate? And obviously you can tell me yes, or you wouldn't allow this to happen, but if you could explain to me kind of the rules of how you can change an urgency ordinance.
I'm happy to. Recall that this is not a land use urgency ordinance.
That's right.
And so we don't have those requirements of only having it 3 times within 2 years. This is one under a different section that relates to public health and safety. We have the ability to amend it at any time at your pleasure.
All right. Sooner or later I'll remember that one. Thank you.
Supervisor Fraser, any questions? Treasurer Gogan? Questions for that?
Is there a mandatory length? Can it only be 1 month? Is that by law, by choice, by?
That was by choice, just allowing a window for folks to submit renewals, a fair time for folks to come in and submit renewals. The basis of the urgency ordinance was to kind of a timeout while we went from the crazy November and December and the certification and the changes to the ordinance into the transition plan. And we're very limited on staff right now. So the whole thought was let staff just focus on existing licenses and the transition plan with the limited capacity that we have and not issue new licenses during this time or take in renewals that have expired. So that was the basis of that. So the 30 days totally just seemed like a window of opportunity for those folks that had not got their renewals in. No real.
Would 45 days be more helpful?
I'm not sure it would be to staff. It could be to cannabis cultivators, licensees, allow a little bit more time. It is going into the growing season. They're quite busy. They may not be able to get up to this area to pay. I don't know. I just said 30 days, just, yeah. I don't know why I said on the 30 days. But you could do 45 days, you could do 60, you could do 15. As you know, the whole basis is just to allow some type of window for those people.
I will say part of the concept is that you know, these folks were ready to go, but for the fact that the urgency ordinance shut it off on the same day. So the request we are getting from the growing community is that we just give them a short period of time, not an extensive period of time, but they're ready to go, they just need that short period of time. So again, with this being agendized and having 30 days, from council's perspective, that's more than adequate time for those who are ready to go to submit it. But it is your pleasure how long you want to do it.
Yeah, and again, there's people that some of them just didn't pay. They submitted we had a gentleman at the counter this morning, submitted his application but didn't pay. You know, and they're really ready to go. They just need that window.
Well, there also is 6 days between now and 30 days.
Yes.
It's 36 days or 35 days as tomorrow.
What are the CEQA implications of this?
These are already existing cultivation sites. These are not new. These are existing sites that are otherwise in good standing.
So there's no CEQA implication on that. The reason again that we looked at urgency ordinance was put in place was to stop that process of the new licenses. These are folks who have already been through the process and have been issued and they have not been challenged as procedural related items, so this is just a renewal. Their projects are already ongoing.
And none of these were in areas where neighbors are frustrated at the process, or?
They're in areas where they're allowed and they have not been challenged or had deficiencies or violations.
Okay, the challenge, I guess, is the word I was looking for. None of these have been challenged previously.
Correct. Some of them may have. You know, we get a lot of appeals in. But we also get appeals on just basis of not wanting to have that cultivation site near them, not really for a violation. I mean, that happens all over the county. I can't say no, none of these sites are absolutely, you know, have not been challenged or have neighbors that don't want them there. I can't say that because it's a very pivotal, controversial issue. But they are legal, they're established, and they're in good standing.
And everything, look, if they haven't been legally challenged or overturned. So again, that's what I meant by challenge. Folks could have disagreed with them and it could have voiced their concerns, but ultimately, whatever body that heard them, whether it be internal planning commission, has approved them, and no one has challenged it at the court level. So these are in good standing.
I'm just worried about layering what's already complicated.
This is a very complicated topic. But these are also folks that have invested a lot in their business and have followed the ordinance requirements. And they have a business, and lots of these growers that put everything to business. So, I mean, it's a tough issue, I know.
Is one of these the person that paid for the wrong parcel? his first license?
No, that has been issued because
You already
that,
resolved that?
that was resolved, yes.
Thank you.
That was definitely an error.
What would be the, what would be our ability to ask our CEQA specialist what he thinks about this, just in terms of the contentions that are already out there before we voted on it? I know I'm hearing people laugh, sorry.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Just under the urgency ordinance, this is actually Margaret, this doesn't have any CEQA issues. I guess Derek's still on the line.
No, he's not online anymore. So the drafting of the urgency ordinance, because that doesn't have CEQA, that's one of the purposes of doing an urgency ordinance. It gives you time to work on CEQA and develop it. So from a county perspective, we don't require CEQA to make this determination. It doesn't affect individual growers' CEQA, but again, all the individual growers it does affect are already in the program, so they're not the ones that would be doing CEQA going forward. They're the ones who've already been approved. So really, this whole project, this whole framework is not CEQA.
Okay.
Any additional questions from you guys? All right. Emma, is there any public comment on that?
I have no raised hands at the moment.
All right.
And no, oh, there we go. All right, we have Anna Wright.
Hello, board. Again, real quick, I just wanted to add in regards to the payment issue of many of these denied extensions. If we read the ordinance carefully, it does say after the first year, when you first submit your application, which is a $2,500 fee, and you get your license for the first time, which is $3,500, giving you that $6,000. It does say every year after that, you pay when it's ready to issue. And jumping on to Director Hunter's presentation, not only was the planning department closed off and on all last year, making it almost impossible to drop things off, but additionally, no one was issuing invoices. No one was reaching out saying, hey, your license is ready to be picked up. Many cultivators with past practice waited to pay and did not front the $6,000 when they turned in their renewal. They waited to pay when it was ready to issue, like the ordinance says. I think this 30-day extension makes an urgency ordinance that was meant to be equitable. It actually makes it fully equitable. The urgency ordinance currently gives all relief to county due to COVID, due to the fires and other pandemics, and no relief to those people that may have faced those same obstacles and being able to get things submitted and a lot of these things people paid for in time. So I do ask that the board takes this very seriously and make sure that there are more than the current number cited previous licensees that are able to continue to participate in our program. That's more monies for our tax, and really they were just following the ordinance in the first place. And I appreciate your time on this. I think this is very important for this season, and this season is upon us. Thank you.
Next we have P. Lai.
Hi again. Thank you again, everyone. Just wanted to touch on, I have, I started with 4 clients in Trinity County in 2016, and only 2 saw the process through. So I represent permit number 444 and 517. And so 444 is on this side of like having been renewed and is in good standing, and this current agenda item doesn't affect him per se. And I just want to encourage the supervisors and to adopt the language that Director Hunter is proposing. The contrast in my personal professional experience with the 2 were vastly different. 444 was given a heads up, invoiced, was given a list of things that were maybe outstanding, whereas we come to 517 and it was right in the middle of August Complex. The fire was within 2 miles of their particular site, and then the, myself as a single mother dealing with COVID, shutdown, Zoom class, all these things has affected us personally. I personally had Corona in the month of November. And so there's all these these unforeseen and just very difficult circumstances, and then, putting that time sensitivity into all of this whole entire situation. And so giving that 30-day or whatever day stipulation would be a welcome relief. And, to that end, the number 517 person is not included in this number that's been thrown around of the 30 cultivators that are, he's not included in that. And I think that there are a number of people who would be able to cultivate this year beyond those 30 that have been cited. And just kind of going back to the previous agenda item and the need for outreach and communication, I know it is on the responsibility of the cultivator to kind of be up on these things. But as you know, with that building the plane as you fly it metaphor and whatnot, sometimes it's very difficult. And there's been a lot that came in last year. So thank you for your time and pursuing this issue.
Thanks for your comment.
Next we have Walter Wood.
Hello. I have license CCL 243, which is currently would be affected by this proposal. It would be quite a blessing. It'd be the only way I can move forward. My family farm is all at risk right now. We frankly blew it with all that was happening. There was no emails, there was no communications. And my license lapsed. And when I realized it, I started sending information in. I sent in the application. I got an inspection, but then when I kept inquiring, well, should I, what's next? What can I do? There was no deficiencies noted. There's just nothing. And I got no responses, many emails, many phone calls. And then it was too late. Because I didn't do it, I didn't pay a bill I never got. I understand now it was, I was supposed to just know better and just send in $6,000 to an office that wasn't open and wasn't answering my phone and wasn't answering emails. But I didn't send that money in because I didn't even know there was an office for sure. So I don't know, please pass this, please make it possible for some of these farms to keep going. Thank you.
Scott Watkins.
Watkins, Weaverville. I had 2 points on this item. The first is I'm the lead author of the MND that received the conditional use permit that was cited by Kim a few minutes ago. You may be asking yourself, boy, it's been a while since we saw a CUP come through. Why is it taking them so long to ask for their license? Well, it took quite a while just to get the notice of determination signed and sent in so that we could have that certified MND. Then with some of the conditions of approval and the conditional use permit, it took a little bit of time to get that done once we had that notice of determination. And then the urgency ordinance came. And we were all in shock because it kind of came out of nowhere. So that's a little bit of information on that one. On the other side, we've got a client who, he's expecting a baby. It took him a few days to get his license renewal signed and a check to us. And we were a few days late on getting that in for him to get his renewal. And I believe about a week later, the urgency ordinance went through. And I don't know if his application was lost, misplaced, what the deal was. Maybe there was anticipation that the urgency ordinance was coming and technically it was expired by a few days when the renewal did get in. But he's kind of caught up. He's in a tough place. And we really would like the door to open back up so that he's able to get his renewal and his extension issued. He does have a valid state license. He does have a class 1 categorical exemption. It's a site that's been there for quite a while. So there are real folks that could benefit from this that do have their livelihood and their full investment, not only their own personal investment, but their entire family's investment rolled up into their operation. So I just wanted to share some context for you and a little bit of stories that I've heard and I've been part of, and I hope that you vote to have this be put into effect. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Is there anyone else with public comment?
Just real quick. Sorry, Chris. I know we all want to get out of here. Lisa Wright, Lewiston. Just a couple comments. First, on the transition plan. Very happy to see some structure and framework put in place. Wish it would have come a lot sooner because we've known this EIR is coming for 2 years, and that framework could have been all laid out even if we didn't have the full content of the mitigation measures. But we are where we are, so I'm hopeful that we'll be able to progress. Timelines are very essential. It would be very helpful to have, okay, we're going to deal with the renewal reviews.
Can you stick to the current item with the urgency?
Oh, I thought you said, I didn't speak at the last one because you said try to speak all together in one.
I apologize. You're right.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that it would be helpful to have there were 185 renewals an order when SEQA review is going to begin of who's going to come in that order. You have 100 applications, 67 new apps and 33 transfers that didn't get dealt with at all and have paid application fees. So those need to be dealt with. I think they should come, potentially next after renewals or any expired renewals. So I would like to see more guts around how that's actually going to roll out. Regarding the urgency ordinance, I fully support the amendments. I think it's very important that people be allowed a sudden change of this nature where it's suddenly stopped, no renewals, no extension, no reinstatement, was not the way that the program had ever been run and is not the way that the ordinance actually reads, as was pointed out by Anna Wright. I will comment a little bit on the CEQA portion. I know adding the Type 2 licenses that had received Planning Commission approved CEQA documents. I am in a position with my license where I had a notice of determination, a notice of exemption that was issued. That's a categorical exemption. CEQA review was done officially. It's a legal document. It was submitted to everyone. There was an opportunity for appeal. I have not changed my site. I submitted my renewal. My license expired. It expires on the 11th, I believe. I don't have anything from the county. I'm asking for a license. I don't have and should not have to go through additional CEQA review when a notice of determination, a legal document from this county, has been issued. I have an annual CDFA license, which means that the state has reviewed that CEQA document and found it appropriate to take me out of provisional. This isn't being dealt with at all. It's not being addressed in any of the information that's being provided currently, but you're going to have a number of people in my position. And I think you're legally obligated to honor that categorical exemption without site changes being made. So please do consider that, not in this urgency ordinance, but it's something that needs to be addressed. It can't be addressed today. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments.
Is there anyone else with public comment? It's Family Farm. Sorry, I apologize.
Hey, sorry, I'll make this as quick as possible. I just, I hope as Steve Lyon, Junction City, I hope that as the framework is being developed, that counties or planning director would consider having at some point a roundtable that maybe includes some of the stakeholders. We've been licensed since 2016, seen all the staff members come and all the staff members go and seen the differences. We might have some pretty helpful input from our end going through the process on ways that could make it flow a little better for everybody. And thanks for your time.
Thanks for your comments.
Is there anyone else with public comment?
All right, hearing none.
Yes, Sean. Yes. I'll make it quick.
Are you on speed dial?
The urgency ordinance request seems very reasonable. I think it's important that the board monitor the progress of the transition plan for the possible need to extend the duration of the urgency ordinance. I think staff has made great progress on this transition plan thus far. They've broken a very complex, multi-layered, unique CEQA situation into, I think, what is the framework of a workable plan. So good job, staff. And board, good job. Solid leadership today on really complex problems. So thank you all for sticking with it. And I'd like to see this pass. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Is there anyone else with public comment?
All right, hearing none. Bring it back to the board. Entertaining a motion.
I move to accept item B as presented.
I'll second that.
All right, now we have a motion from Supervisor Groves and a second from Supervisor Gogan. Please pull the board.
Supervisor Gogan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox? Supervisor Fraser?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes. And that, I believe, concludes
Open session.
open session. So,
We're going to make a request.
yeah.
The 3 items that we have remaining on closed session, all of them can be continued to the meeting on 4/20. With you, they're my request as the individual put those items on that we continue those to 4/20.
Okay, I think they'll find unanimous support of that.
No.
We should ask,
Finally, we get to kick something down the road.
Okay, never mind.
All right. Well, that concludes the meeting. We're adjourned.
you broke your hammer?
You big Emily.
Yeah, I'm the first guy to ever bring anything out.
That's one yet.
Thank you. And you're beautiful and wonderful. I know. Oh, thank you. And I feel wonderful. I've been trying to bring them, and I've been getting him to Richard to get in here, but he doesn't have to fill them out because he doesn't know what to say.
I've been thinking.
Were you in the?
I've been thinking.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting.
That's fine. She just emailed me again to just.
Yeah, and Lisa's handling it. Oh, you really got that long, my letters. Oh my goodness. That's okay, that's fine.
Thanks for being here, Margaret.
I really enjoyed it.
Drive safely back over there.
Yeah, first one is really, I'm just thank you.
I didn't check the file. The tree slam, the Yankees are there.
I have some ideas about this. I won't forget.
Okay.
I thought it'd be fun. There'll be a lot of people.
Sure, let's go for it.
You guys are there. Yeah, I think it's awesome.
But to me,
We've done it.
Exactly.
so it's like.
And now they have a good night, you're safe.
I'll email her that.
I love
Just
it.
say it's
I
an
love
RV.
that. Yeah, they have to be told an RV.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm gonna come in the morning and clean up. I'm just.
Thank you.
I'm not taking care of the rest of this tonight. I don't want to.
Yeah, do tomorrow.
Good job. What's wrong?
Good meeting. Yeah, thank you. Huh? Very productive. Good job sharing.
Hey, if you're on the planning commission, it's time to start. They did change
Very
things.
much so.
Yeah, they did 6, huh?
They're slowly working them up. Actually, been really nice.
The reason we never did is we had Tom McKnight for years, he could barely get here myself.
As long as you have your car keys, you can get the rest in the morning.
Dan's like,
That's what I say.
he never missed it.
I finally missed the planning commission meeting. It's like, I'm sorry, but the world's on fire.
That's when you knew you were ready for supervisors, just back it in. All right, Richard, we'll see you in the morning.
I'll see you there, yeah.
Or-
I'm gonna meet with Mike at 7:30 in the morning to walk through and that was great, and head out.
Who's having it first?
Be there.
You want to cruise past the Dickens, maybe I'll still be right there.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Emma.
Yep, have a good night.
Have a
Evan,
good
he's
night.
going too. Perfect.
So,
If you want to leave here, I'll go with me. I can keep it.
okay. Did you turn that off?
You get the whole book.
Yeah, I haven't yet. I will.
So we're still live right now?
Yeah, I forgot.
Oh, wow.
We didn't go into closed session. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Everybody's watching us. Good night, everybody. Good night, America.
I would hope that they went to bed.
Yeah, I know, we're not that entertaining, but who knows? That?
That's not good.
I'm at 42, it's very interesting.
Thank you.
Yep.